djmuel jam, djmuel jam, djmuel jam.
Oh yeah. First stream of the month. Late. Not a good sign. No one really cares, except for me, to be honest. But start as you mean to go on, I guess. How we all doing, chat? It's good to see you. Happy Monday and whatnot. Welcome in Vord. Welcome in Aslan. Welcome in Middle Earth Marxist. Welcome in Rylesy. Welcome in Johnny. How are we all doing? Aslan, thank you so much for the 22 months. Thank you so much for the Prime resub. It's the 3rd of September that really matters. That's true. Hello, B-Rat. How are you? Welcome, everybody. Sub goal not updated. That's great. That's a great start. It should say 1. Oh, I need to migrate from Stream Elements. From Streamlabs. Streamlabs is just so bad. So incredibly bad. I should have done it. I should have done it fucking years ago, to be honest. What's going on? Did it just... Whatever. Who cares? It's fine. It's your first time streaming. That's true. That is true. I've never done this before. Hello, Steph. How are you? How are you? Who are you? Who are you? How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you. I made vegan brownies. I don't know if I've ever shown anyone this. Vegan brownies. There they are. Look at that. Completely vegan. And a bit of strawberries there. It's proper good. Dead easy as well. Dead easy. And inexpensive. Flour, sugar, baking powder. So, hi Ninny, how are you? Cocoa powder. Dark chocolate chips. Specifically vegan ones if you can get them. But if you can't, dark chocolate chips are normally fine. They normally don't have any milk in them at all. They're just made in the same factory as the milk chocolate ones and they have the thing on it. What else do you need? Dark chocolate, dark cooking chocolate. You need that as well. What else? Dark cooking chocolate. Oil, you can use olive oil or you can use vegetable oil. I use olive oil. It's really good. And oat milk. There you go. That's it. That's everything. And a tin, ideally. You want to be cooking them in a tin. And it makes them very gooey and very good and very nice. They're not like solid brownies. They're like pretty gooey. Which is great. They do have solid elements, but... it doesn't taste like olive oil at all. I use olive oil in all my cooking. Like, I don't think I've used vegetable oil in any way since like... God, when was the last time I used vegetable oil? I think when I first did this recipe, I used vegetable oil. But then I was like... I make cookies with olive oil, and it's fine. You know, it doesn't taste like olive oil at all. But that's just me, because I use olive oil all the time, so maybe I'm completely wrong about that. Ezron, how are you? Good to see you, welcome in. Use olive oil for all your cooking as well, that's great. I've done a bake-off that's great and British, that's right, yeah. Chocolate vegan protein brownies, that sounds really good. Just for a spinge of emulsification, yeah. I imagine that's what it's for in the recipe, yeah. You just have to get it in there to make the texture be what it is, right? And to be honest, you could probably leave a bit of olive oil out if you want to use olive oil but don't want it to taste like that. You could probably use like maybe a third less. Adding protein powder makes them a bit more gooey. Yeah, that sounds good. But I'm not allowed to have protein powder because of my liver. Because of my bum liver. So that is unfortunate. Whenever I eat strawberries, I'm always like, are they bugs? But it's not. Strawberries just have loads of little bits on them. And I always get paranoid because I saw that one, and it's ridiculous because this was completely fake. There was that one TikTok where it was like, always wash strawberries before you eat them. And then like this person put a strawberry in a bowl and what looked like loads of little worms came out, but it's not little worms, it's just like bits of the plant. You can always make, also make brownies with black beans. That's very interesting. Is that like ground up, or how do you do that? How would you do that? Hi Naptaker, why can't you have protein powder because of your liver? Because it's a supplement. They do kind of look like ladybugs, yeah. Which might be natural selection on the side of the ladybugs, right? Because what gets on fucking strawberry flowers like nothing I've ever seen before in my life? Aphids. What do ladybirds eat? Aphids. There are some white strawberries, they look really cool. My grandma grows those. My grandma's got a couple of them. Just mush them up and add them in. You mean cooked? It makes them really fudgy if you substitute flour for black beans. That sounds fucking dope, and I'm gonna do it. I imagine it's cooked. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sweet. I'll try it. I went to my first Palestine protest on Saturday. Let's fucking go. Nice. Yeah, you mean like soften. Yeah, great work, Nappers. How was it? Tofu works too. Never done it myself, but I had some good ones. Tofu and brownies. That would be crazy. Hell yeah. I'm well up for that. Yeah, proud of you, Naptaker. I know that you said that you were scared about going to that one, what was it, Friends of the Earth protest? Or like a meeting? How did it go? We all gathered outside the town hall where I live and we held signs and banged pots. Let's go! Hell yeah! I added silk and tofu to porridge the other day too. Very versatile. Nice. I imagine it is, yeah. I'm gonna have to try and think about various different ways to do that with like the less and less meat that I eat. How's my weekend been? Thanks for asking, chat. It's been great. Started watching Smiling Friends. Anyone watch that? I was like super bored. I wasn't doing anything on Friday in the daytime. And I was super bored and I was sat on the couch and I was like, I've heard of this show before. I've wanted to watch it based on what people have said about it. It creeps you out. Yeah, it's got creepy animation. Yeah, it's fucking mental. It's just like a mental, yeah, it's an unnerving, bizarre show. But if you can get past that, it's very funny. I had a very, very good time with it. There were little bits where I was like, what, the politics of this are a bit weird and I'm not sure if I agree. But then almost instantly I was like, oh no, these guys are cool. Because, there's one with the characters who are all different art styles. Not all of them are different art styles, but yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. The main characters in the show have similar art styles, so they're all like really basic kind of drawings of little guys. But there's claymation in it. There is 3D animation in it, and there is a whole host of other things in terms of the style and stuff. It's very Ren and Stimpy. Like, there's a lot of influence from Ren and Stimpy, for sure. But it's just funny as hell. There's like this one episode where... There's this one episode... So the Smiling Friends' job is to make people smile. That's the Smiling Friends is a company, a charity that exists to make people smile. That's what it is. And they get a call from someone called Mr. Frog. And they're like, you have to go and make Mr. Frog smile because he's been cancelled. And it's because he, like... it's so stupid. The Mr. Frog show is like... Let me see if I can find this. Surely I can find it for you. It's so stupid. I'm not going to try and do this joke because no one's going to find it funny. Smiling Friends, Mr. Frog. God, it is so stupid. Right.
I'm Mr. Frog. This is my show. I ate the bug. I ate the bug. This is the end. I love you.
That, of course, was the iconic and long-running Mr. Frog show, which ran for 47 seasons and broke every record in television history, ultimately culminating in a national phenomenon now known as Frog Mania. But all of that changed last Friday when the beloved American icon put a TMZ reporter in his mouth. Though the reporter, who was in Mr. Frog's mouth for 7 agonizing minutes, was unharmed, the outburst resulted in Mr. Frog being terminated from his own show. While nothing is official yet, rumors suggest the studio is looking to keep the show going without Mr. Frog's involvement, and are even considering auditions to replace his character.
Man, they can't just replace Mr. Frog like that. It's his show.
You know, I've never seen the Mr. Frog show. Is it any good?
I mean, you really only have to watch, like, season 4 through 17, pretty much.
Like, this is every conversation that I've ever had with anyone about any series-based show. Watch season 4 through 17. The rest of it you could just disregard. Mr. Frog got milkshake ducked. Yeah, well, no, that is what happens in the episode. That's actually what happens in the episode. They go to help him, and they're like, we could sort this guy out, but it turns out that he is just the worst person ever. And then in the end, they're just like, yeah, that was a waste of time. And then later on, he runs for president, and the person who he's running against is someone who, like, cannot speak properly and is clearly, like, falling about all over the place, like doesn't know what's going on. Krill, holy shit, with the 5 gifted already. I'm not even warmed up. Not even warmed up. Hey, not even warmed up out here. Krill, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Okay, so the sub goal is actually 6. Cornfed, Kijiji, Bonbon C3PO, Magyar Guy, Hassan's nutritionist. Please enjoy your ad-free viewing and your subs. Krill, how are you doing, friend? What's good? Welcome in. Sometimes I can't believe the things I type make sense. Yes, good. Mr. Frog got milkshake ducts. That's a normal sentence for everybody, everywhere. How are you doing, Krill? Good to see you. Happy Monday. Happy September. Kicking off the sub goal with a 5 straight away to begin with. Thank you so much. So, what was I saying about Mr. Frog? Yeah, he runs for president. He's obviously the worst person in the world. And on the campaign trail, he says, like, all these, like, you know, horrible things, horrible, disgusting things. And then eventually he gets elected anyway, because the guy that he's running against is just, like, completely nothing. Yeah, it's just so obviously supposed to be Joe Biden versus Trump. And the majority of the show is the Smiling Friends getting so mad at the Joe Biden guy. And, you know, that he just can't come up with a policy, like he can't do politics. He's just incapable of doing any kind of good policy. and he just does the worst thing ever all the time. And it's like, it's good. It's good. It's good stuff. I enjoyed it. I watched through all of it and I was like, this is a great show. This is a really good show and I'm really enjoying it. And they have some cool Halloween specials. It's very good. It's a good modern show for people to enjoy if they're an adult baby like me and watch fucking cartoons. It's good satire. In somewhat good news, I'm doing better financially this month. Yeah, good to hear it. Hell yeah. Nice one, Naptaker. Happy for you. Enjoying my stat off in gaming? You mean day off? Hell yeah, that rocks. So, that was a bit of my weekend. I watched some Smiling Friends. I watched all the Smiling Friends. And then on Friday night, my partner Han and her brother Al, both of whom are in the chat sometimes, were doing taking part in an amazing 24-hour live stream on Crop Radio, which is a radio station in Manchester, benefiting Palestine. So they did an hour or so, like I think maybe an hour and a half. And then another hour and a half or a bit more was filled in by Todd and Linnea, their friends. And yeah, it was really good. Ham was talking about Yulia in the Built-in 18. And Al was talking about T. Hoxer, who I think we're going to talk about a little bit on the stream today. And what else? Yeah, just about the Filton 24 and what people can do to get involved and support those people while they're incarcerated. It was very good. It was good vibes, and yeah, I think that it was very successful from what I heard. I think they raised a lot of money. I can actually pay off what I owe to my carer. Hell yeah, let's go. That's great. In my good news, I had my hysterectomy pre-op last week. Went well. Waiting for a date probably this month. Oh, that's great, Rylesy. Hell yeah. What's a pre-op? So a pre-op is where a patient will get, like, assessed for an operation to make sure that they can have it done. Because obviously if you have an operation... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's Rylesy said it in the chat, yeah. Just to make sure you're fit and healthy for surgery. Like, for example, if someone goes in to get a... I don't know what you would... Let's say if you were going to get a kidney transplant, but they did an assessment of your health and realized that you would die while you were under general anesthetic, then they would... That's why it's important to have a pre-op. You can't just, like, go in for an operation straight away, you know? Because yeah, they need to make proper assertions about your health. So that was that was the Friday. It was a very lovely evening on Friday, and then Saturday, me and my partner Han went to the movies. We watched Life of Chuck, and I'll be doing a little review of that on my Patreon. That should be up there tomorrow, so look out for that. And we hung out, and that was nice. And then Saturday night, I just played video games, played some Sonic 3 and Knuckles. That was great. Played some UFO 50. Played Max and Minnie on UFO 50. It's great. Or Minnie and Max. I can't remember which one it is. What a great game. Just like a proper fucking great game. Yesterday went to see my nana and my granddad. And my granddad just having a very frustrating conversation with him about what Palestine is. You know, he's going like, what's Palestine? Where are the Palestinians from? And I'm like, Palestine. And he's like, what is that? And I'm like, it's a country. And he's like, who says? And I'm like, everyone for thousands of years. The Romans, the Egyptians, everyone. And he's like, right, so what are Israel doing then? And I'm like, well, they're fucking killing people. They're colonizing the place. And he's like, you know, well, what, are they all Jewish? And I'm like, yeah, I guess you could say that. I guess you could say that they consider themselves Jewish. I mean, there's a lot of atheists in Israel who are genocidal and psychopaths and shit like that. But I was trying to explain to him, it's like a set, like Zionism is not really Judaism. It's a sect of Judaism where they're just like extreme. And I tried to give him the best comparison that I could, and I was like, do you know ISIS? I was like, do you know how ISIS are insane and they just want to kill people who disagree with them? That's kind of Zionists. That's kind of what they are. That's kind of how they operate. And he was like, right then. And after I'm explaining it all to him, he got like kind of doom-pilled, and he was like, it's enough to make you want to have a pint. And he hasn't drunk in a long time. And I was like, okay, fair enough, dude. That's fine. That's good enough for me. You understand it. You know, I think the poor guy's not long for this world. He's, they're pretty much convinced that he's got lung cancer and stuff. So, you know, I wasn't being overly critical of him or like yelling at him or whatever, because I don't really want those to be like my last memories of him. But, you know, I don't think he's got long for this world. So he's not like a key target that, that people need. I am not wearing nail polish today, Naptaker. It's been a long time since I've had the time to do me nails. I have cut my finger, if you have noticed something on my hand. That is what that is. So that was my Sunday. And then Red Planet didn't happen last night because Conrad is on vacation. But we recorded a Red Planet bonus episode, which you should go and check out if you like on the Red Planet Patreon. There it is. It will be up in a couple of days, I think, or maybe it will be up tomorrow. It's a bonus episode where we're talking about Indonesia, we're talking about Trump possibly being dead, we're talking about other stuff. I can't remember what else we're talking about, but we're talking about a bunch of stuff in that bonus episode. So go ahead and enjoy that, and I'm sure you will. What else? Went to the gym today. Did a bunch of work. What did everybody else do at the weekend? Hope you all had a good one. Right. I'm nearly done with this brownie. And then we'll crack on. I'm seeing a bunch of Trump's health on Insta, I think. I think it's a crazy thing, like... I'm not gonna really... I mean, maybe we'll talk about it later, I don't know, but... People were talking about it... Well, there was a couple of people talking about it in the Discord this weekend, and... You know, I said my opinions there if you're in the Discord. If you think that Trump dying is gonna do anything good for American politics, you're sorely mistaken. However, it will be funny if he does die, and people will probably throw parties in the street if he does die. But I also don't think that he will die. I just don't know if he. I just don't know if he will. It's the stuff that I've seen is like shaky at best. Evidence for his health being bad. Like, he had that thing on his hand, but you know, I've seen. Let's get a. Okay, we are talking about it. It's just happening. We are just talking about it. Trump bruise. All right. Hey, old man Breezy, how are you? That which is dead cannot die. I just don't think that he... I don't think he's any more ill than just being an old person, right? I just don't think that that is what it is. Like, this is what people are talking about. They're talking about this hand bruise, and, you know, the guy is nearly 80. When you're 80, your skin is completely different, and you will bruise much more easy, and that's just kind of how it is. Old people get that stuff. This isn't like a long-term thing that he's had. I think he's more in danger of dehydrating. Like, look how crusty his skin is, actually. Like, his skin is so... It's frosted. He's got like frosted sour candy sugar. That's crazy. Very, very dry. It's very dry, my hand. They tell me to drink water. There's water in Coke. I don't drink water. It's woke. Water in this country. It's great water. We don't need it, though. Those woke liberals telling us to drink woke Coke. Bro needs some water and a tub of working hands moisturizer. Yeah, so, you know, this is what people are talking about. Biden had a bunch of these, exactly. Like, this is just it's just an old person thing. So this is shaky evidence for him being ill. Some people have also had, what is it? They've been like, oh, we've seen a picture of him. And people are like, he's acting like a cryptid. And I remember shit like this from his... Icken Drunks, welcome in. You're right. That is exactly what happens when people are on blood thinners. If you're on blood thinners, which pretty much everybody over the age of 60 is gonna be on, because it helps prevent heart disease, heart attacks, and he's definitely gonna be on them. Blood thinners make your hands bruise easily, make your entire body bruise more easy, right? If he's had foundation on it, it's probably just so that he maintains an appearance of being solid and, you know, young and shit like that. It's gonna be for ego reasons, right? What I would say is that people are talking a lot about this thing where it's like, oh, he's been spotted and he's not being pictured like a president would be pictured, and they're just getting you know, pictures of him that look like he's like a cryptid. It's funny because the first thing that comes up when you type in pictures of Trump is the Epstein the Epstein photo. When I was looking at my local Superdrug, I had elderly people asking where the aspirin was. It's a blood thinning painkiller. Yeah. It's just so funny. How do I get this? Trump ill? It's hard to find this stuff that's not on... Excuse me. It's like not online. Here we go. Trump briefly surfaces looking extremely weird. Now, I don't know this guy. I've seen him post some like crazy shit. This Midas Touch guy. I've seen him post some crazy shit. I don't think he's based. I think he's like a Dem. Is he one of these dark money Dem influencers, this guy? Let's see the picture that he's referring to. Right. Like, he's playing golf, dude. He looks normal here. Like, people are looking at this photo and being like, God, he looks so bad. He looks so ill. And it's like, dog, this is normal. Hello, Sorka. How are you? Yeah, in what way is Trump looking weird actually weird? This is the whole thing, right? A, for one, he's not looking weirder than normal. And B, he always, like, it's just, he's not looking ill here. He just isn't looking ill. He's looking normal. He's just looking what he looks like without his spray tan on, because he's golfing. People forget that. So Trump, the person that he is a businessman, right? And what businessmen do, what weird psycho yuppie businessmen from the 80s do, is they work, and then go on a golf trip for like a month, right? He did this loads during his first term. You know? Hello, Val, how are you? People are just paying attention and trying to find something. Again, this is like something that he did a lot during his first term. People were like, where's Trump? Where's Trump? I remember it all the time. And it was always liberal idiots. You know? He's like an old man. Of course he's going to start looking shit because that's what happens to old people. Yeah, right. We're all going to end up going this way, right? Yeah, this Midas Touch guy loves Mark Carney. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That... How does Google even work anymore? Okay, so there was actually an update to Google that makes you that actually takes away the AI mode. So if you look at this search here, I just searched pictures of Trump and it came up like a normal Google search, and the AI mode is here. And so if you want to bring up that weird AI overview, that will be what that is basically. Oh god. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. Oh, I shouldn't have clicked on. So, yeah. So I think Google have like read the room a bit and gone, yeah, not ideal. Not ideal, this stuff, I don't think. Even without the AI stuff, the Google search has been turning shit for so long. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, just whoever can pay for the best search engine optimization is gonna get the best results in the browser. Or in the search engine, even. So there you go. So that's Trump. That's the Trump stuff. We spoke about it on Red Planet last night. You know, like, if he does die, you know, sure, he might die. Pete Hegseth will just literally stab JD Vance live on television and assume control of the Republican Party. That's just what will happen. You know? Like, I'm calling this here right now. I think that is what's going to happen. If anything happens to Trump, if he can't be president anymore, like he just... he has like a brain tumor or something, or like he gets sick and he dies, like randomly dies, or if he gets assassinated, I think that JD Vance will be like, I'm ready to lead the United States, and Pete Hegseth will get like a huge medieval sword out and go... Not today. Not today, Elmo. And run that motherfucker through. And then Pete Hegseth will enact the evil 1,000 years fascism attempt of the truth of the Trump regime. You know, military junta of America, yeah. Except it won't be the military, it'll just be Pete Hegseth. I mean, I guess he's the foreign secretary, right? Or the defense secretary? So, or is that Stephen? I always get confused with those two. Stephen, no, I'm talking about Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth, he's the secretary of defense. Yeah, so I guess you're right. It would be a junta, right? It would be a military junta. Yeah, crazy. Just crazy. I can't imagine the military junta under Hegseth, because it's like... I don't even know what kind of vibe US Army peeps are kind of like saying, right? Do you know what I mean about being in the army? And if that were to happen, I think there would probably be a bunch of, you know, rebellions within the ranks. Hello, Wallada, how are you? Just a drunk guy, not the military, or is that the wrong person? No, he does, I think he does get drunk a lot. Yeah, states would break off for sure. Of course they would. Hello, Wallada, it's good to see you, yeah. Long live God Emperor Worm Thiel. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what's going on, right? Peter Thiel in the background. I love that emo Vance emote. I love it. So, that's that. That's the Trump stuff. What else do we have? I mean, fuck it. Let's get started. I've been live for 44 minutes. Let's crack on. We're going to start off with some Brainrot chat. We're going to start off with some fucking mental Brainrot. Alright. Let's take a look at the class of 2025 USA Border Patrol. Let's take a look at this shit. This is from Film the Police LA. It's a pretty good account. Would recommend following it if you're on Twitter still. Let's see what's going on here.
Let's go! Come on! Formation looks terrible! Why are you guys camping? Make yourself straight! Make yourself straight! Look down the line! Make yourself straight!
Laredo, Texas, sir. Laredo North Station, sir. I have a wife to provide for, sir.
Left! When I say left, your left foot should be striking the ground. I'm literally giving
Look at all these fucking nerds. This is
you
crazy.
the answer to this test. It's a 5-minute task at that. Hurry up and get it.
Are they all missing? Is that everybody missing? Is that what just happened? Elbow high losers. No. Some of them got hit. Some of them got hit. I don't know. Oh, man. I don't know, man. No, they're not police. This is ICE. This is ICE training. So this is Department of Homeland Security, Federal Police, Immigration Control Enforcement. Or what is it? Immigration something enforcement? Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So, it's all that shit. Okay, this is apparently something that happened in the UK. They tried to do a AI Taco Bell drive-through. This is a real thing that happened, yeah?
Hi, welcome to Taco Bell. What can I get started for you today?
Oh no, I think it's in the US.
Can I get 18,000 water cups, please?
Okay.
What? Taco Bell rethinks AI drive-thru after man orders 18,000 waters. In one clip, a customer seemingly crashed the system by ordering 18,000 water cups. In another, a person got increasingly angry as the AI repeatedly asked him to add more drinks to his order. This is fucking great. Absolutely quality. There's another clip here. Let's take a look at this.
And what will you drink with that?
I want a large Mountain Dew.
And your drink? And what will you drink with that?
Yeah, it's going real well, ain't it? It's going real well. AI is just going real well. We got some UK-based Brainrot over here. This is some quality blue tick, what appears to be rage bait. Alex Phillips here. Who is she? Presenter on Talk TV, and that's what she said. Right, so that's who she is. Politics, irreverency, offbeat interviews, truth, cider. All right. Yeah, it's like 55 burgers, 55 shakes, 55 fries. Yeah, AI is totally not a bubble. Trust me, bro. Just one more investment, dude. Just one more investment. All right, so we got Alex Phillips here. She's saying, I miss normal bread. Fluffy, bland, unobtrusive, absorbent, thinly sliced bread that soaks up butter and efficiently sandwiches a filling without messing up the flavor. Without messing up the flavor. It's being made extinct by bloody holy sourdough, which is a grey, chewy, vacuous, fusty I haven't read this. Horrible woke alternative that doesn't soak up butter. It can't be sliced thinly. It doesn't toast properly. Tangs like it's gone damp and fetid. Makes an awful sandwich. Is like noshing on a poncy porous plimsoll. Right, I mean, first of all, you could just go to the shop and get a bag of Hovis, bro. You can literally go and get Hovis right now. I could go to the shop across the road from my gaff and get a fucking loaf of Hovis. What do you mean? Also, This is the whitest shit ever, right? This is the whitest post I have ever seen in my entire life. Not just like a white post, but like a white baby post. Like, this is like someone who has the palate of a baby, who isn't used to eating different foods yet and has only been fed white bread by its parents. Fluffy, bland, unobtrusive. Like, she wants nothing. She wants nothing. She wants to eat nothing. Absorbent. What does this mean? Absorbent. White bread, chicken tendies only. Why isn't shit filled with chemicals and bland like when I was a kid? And, you know, she's talking about sourdough bread, right? Sourdough bread isn't even that popular. It's not even that popular. Sure, you will find it in most places, but if you say, can I just have it on white bakery bread, they will do that for you. Yeah? And also, this is a crazy thing. Can't be sliced thinly. I know zero, like exactly zero home-baked bread that can be sliced thinly. When she's talking about being sliced thinly, she is talking about this shit, which is basically Wonder Bread in the UK, right? She's on about this stuff. You know? Hang on, how do I get the image? Right, there you go. She's on about that shit. Bread should be like cardboard, but with less taste. Yeah, that's what it is. Why would you want to have only one kind of bread? What is next? Only one friend? That's it. You just need one friend, one bread. One meat, one potato, one veg. Yeah? One shoes. Normal bread is whole loaves with chewy crust in my country. That's what I mean. Like, she's talking... Right, this kind of bread exists because of industrialization and a killing of cottage industries, right? That's why this exists, because of capitalism. And I'm not saying that this bread is bad or shit, and I'm sure in a communist future, this bread has a place. Of course it does. But it's crazy to be like, I love this bread, and if I have anything different, it's woke. It's bad and woke. You know? What does she mean by fusty? What does that even mean? Fusty? Smelling stale, damp, or stuffy? I mean, it doesn't. Right? It just doesn't. She invented Vogon posting with this. What's Vogon posting? One opinion given by the dear leader, not more needed. Exactly. That's how it is. That's how it should just be. It's just mental. Yeah, it's normal bread still exists. It's just crazy. Like, who are you? Where do you live? What are you talking about? We have got here some fucking boomer British brain rot. This is from 5 Pillars UK again. See if we can get a better quality than that. No, apparently not. An elderly white man in Leicester told a Muslim couple walking past his house he hates Asians and brown people.
Should have been shot.
Oh, is this a racism thing?
Should. Bloody Asian.
Oh, bloody Asian. Right,
Yeah.
okay.
White people not committing crimes. There's more Asians who commit crimes than white people. White people have got a lot more sense than you people.
Oh, do they?
This is crazy, dude. You know, what? Oh, Vogons are the aliens from Hitchhiker's Guide whose poetry is so bad it kills you. Yes, you're right. Vogon posting. This post has killed me, yeah. You know? I'm quite white people when it comes to food and almost always eat white bread like Hovis or Waterbuns, and the most adventurous I get is tiger bread. I hate all other types of bread, but I won't bitch about this other bread just because it's fucking bread. Who gets this upset over bread? Exactly, nappers. It's so silly. It's so silly. Anyway, what is happening in the UK right now is boomers are realizing that they're gonna die soon, and they're like, it is now time for me to be the most racist person possible. That is what is happening. They're obviously being encouraged by the media, but I think most of the things that we're seeing are from people of like this age. If you think about the other person that we saw who was harassing that brown guy in the street the other day, she was like 50 or 40 or some shit. Just like older people, boomers, Gen Xers. I remember when this country was great. What she means is she remembers when racism was fine, you know? What this guy is another level.
Why? Because a lot of you are stupid. What? How? Why?
Wow.
Why are white people better? Why is that? White people are better than you. Why? Because they're more intelligent.
Oh, wow.
On what basis? You stupid idiot. Ain't you? I might be stupid. It's relative, right? But if you can explain to me why white people are more intelligent, that would be helpful. So I can better understand. You shouldn't be in this country. All right.
It's just, there's no point to it. There's just no point to it. He is just racist for the sake of being racist. He has no argument. He has no actual point behind what he's trying to say. You know, he isn't even able to reach for the debunked kind of narratives that we see people make on places like Twitter and TikTok and all this stuff, because he's not even, all that he's seeing on the news is that racists are getting emboldened, and he's gone, I'm a racist. I'm gonna get emboldened, and I'm gonna be a racist.
Where should we be? You should have stopped where you were born. Yes, I was born here. No, you wasn't. I was born.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as that lady in my fucking latest Twitch clip video. I was born here. No, you weren't. Okay. Like, how can you argue with someone like this? How can you even? What is the? What's the strat? What's the strat? Like, these people are just like, nah, I just don't live in reality. I don't live in reality.
Born literally in Slough. No. Berkshire. I was born in Berkshire. No.
Yes.
He's just like, no. He's just going, no. This guy's going, I was born in Berkshire. He's just going, no. No.
I was literally born in Berkshire. You should go back to India, where you come from. Oh,
not from India.
Should.
You're so ignorant.
You shouldn't be allowed.
Can we not entertain this, because this is nonsense? I don't want to see your face. I don't want to speak to you ever again. And to be honest, I'm going to report you for racism. I'm going to report you for racism.
Good.
Yeah, I will. I will send this to the police and I will report.
I mean, he's going good because he knows that he's a racist, and he knows that the police won't do anything. It's sad. Like, I truly feel for this lady and this other person that's with her. You know, it's proper shit. Like, getting harassed like this, proper fucking shit. But yeah, the cops are just not gonna do anything. And the sooner that people organize in this country, I mean, there's lots of anti-fascist organizing in this country. Han went to a anti-fascist counter demonstration in Manchester yesterday, and they outnumbered the fascists. I think they said 3-1 very easily. And there wasn't even that many anti-fascist counter demonstrators who turned up. When we're seeing the big, you know, the big numbers and the huge amounts of racists and fascists who are getting together in this country, it is clearly coordinated. It is clearly funded. They are getting money from somewhere. It very well may be the membership, because the membership of these kinds of groups, the membership of people of groups like the BNP and groups like the EDL are overwhelmingly middle class, so they have more money to put into it. And of course, the billionaire class has an interest in supporting it, doesn't it? The billionaire class does not have an interest in supporting housing unions, trade unions, anti-fascist organizing, anything like that. Anti-racist organizing or community organizing, doesn't have an interest in funding any of that stuff, but it certainly has an interest in funding reactionary, violent, fascist shit. Same can be said, you know, across the board. J.K. Rowling is a billionaire. It's in her best interest to fund evil anti-trans shit, right? You know, go back to India. That's still in England in his head. Yeah, exactly.
For racism. Absolutely, but I won't be disgustingly racist.
So would you
Yeah.
say you are a racist man?
Yes.
And is that against all brown people or just specific religion?
No, not religion.
Or just anybody that's not white?
Yes.
So Muslim, Sikh,
Wow.
Hindu, anybody?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I just don't.
Oh well. See you in the home, pops. Oh well. See you in the home, dog. Yeah, I won't tell the lady of Ghanaian descent what you said, who's looking after you. Yeah, I won't tell the carer who is of Haitian descent what you said. I won't tell her that. I promise. I promise.
Like you.
You don't like brown people in general because we have no sense.
Hey, King of Silver River, how are you?
Doesn't matter.
No, but you said that we have no sense.
I
That's the
don't
reason.
like brown people.
Yeah, because we have no sense. Is that right?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, so you like brown people? Just no reason. Because
I've
I'm
got
suggesting,
no reason.
I'm saying to you that you just said
I
we don't
think-
have sense.
I
That's the
think
basis on which you don't like us.
Where your parents were born or your grandparents were born, you should live there.
Right. Okay. Why?
Because we don't want you over here.
Who's we?
White people.
Is that all of the white people?
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
Percentage basis?
Millions.
Right. So
Millions.
Leicester being like having such a substantial minority community, I guarantee you the majority of people in Leicester probably won't have the same worldview as you do. So on that basis, your argument...
We should go... We could clear 100 million of you out of the country altogether.
What would you do with us? Send us out? Would you send us out? Where would you send us? Because we don't have visas or passports to go back to.
Yeah, we're
these
British,
countries
mate.
You're talking about. We're British.
Would you like to fuck me?
Steph!
Jiggity.
With the £69. Holy shit, with the first dono of the month. Oh my god, Steph. Thank you so much for the £69. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this guy's definitely... This guy's got his thinking cap on, King of Silver River. 100 million in the UK that has a population of... has a population of 70 million. Chat, that was so funny, I actually farted. I don't know if you heard that.
I don't have a passport for India or Pakistan or Sweden or wherever.
Yeah, well, there you go. Some absolutely quality brain rot there. Moving on from that, we're going to take a look at White Boy Summer in the UK. Oh yeah, it's going great. So what happened this weekend, chat? Well, this weekend there was a bunch of fascists who broke into a shopping centre in West Drayton. They decided that this was a really good idea because there is an asylum seeker hotel in West Drayton, and they tried to break into the hotel. There were a bunch of fascists who were violent against the cops. They assaulted the cops and they got arrested. I think there was about 5 of them. And yeah, it's really good stuff, isn't it? It's just really, really good and normal stuff. Let's take a look at this guy who's looking... He's bad to see, isn't he? You know, he's bad to see. And let's see what he's saying. He's in the shopping centre here.
I just got pepper sprayed. It's on my glasses. Thank God. But I've been pepper sprayed now on my glasses here, Terry Wolf. Young Bob here. You got pepper sprayed as well. You got
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, dude. You didn't get pepper sprayed. This guy maybe might have got a little bit pepper sprayed, but do you remember the last time that this happened? Do you remember the last time this happened, chat? This was a while ago.
Ma'am, what happened to you?
I got maced.
You got me.
You remember what was in that towel, chat? Remember what was in that?
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the Capitol?
That's right, chat. It's an onion.
Like a foot inside, and they pushed me out and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Alyssa.
But you can see it. Like, it's crazy that you can just see it. She's head of the CDC now, yeah. You can just see it. It's great. And also, it's so funny because the thing that makes you cry when you're chopping onions is the chopping of the onions, because it's a defense mechanism that the plant has. If you've got an old onion, if you've just got an old onion in your bag and you've not chopped it for ages, all the chemicals have dissipated. They've all gone away. It's not going to be... Like, if you chop an onion in half and leave it in the fridge... I've got half an onion in the fridge now. I've got half... I'll show it. I'll demonstrate it. Like, this is half an onion from fucking... When was it? When did I chop this? Last night. This is from last night. Yeah? This is from last night. This onion. I chopped it last night, so it's a fresh chop, right? Yeah, putting it right on my fucking eye. Nothing. Big sniff. Nothing. Like, it's so stupid. This lady was like, I'm gonna get an onion that I chopped 5 hours ago. I chopped it in half 5 hours ago, and I'm gonna use it to somehow make me cry. Like, mental. Hey, Raven Payne, how are you? What brought about the lady and her onion? It was this shit. We're looking at fucking white boy summer in the fucking UK. You got these fucking little fashy... These are like the youngest people here, and my man looks like he's like 59 years old. Right? You can't be in my next protest video then. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I'm never going to be in any of those videos because I'm not, you know... Look, this guy looks like he's 59 years old. These guys are the youngest people at this whole thing. At this whole protest. Look at this guy's drip. Look at this guy's fit. It's fucking awful. He's got like a fucking jumper on with like... Oh, man. Bro, they are going to put you in the camp. You don't get... They're putting you in the camp because you just look like this, right? And they're putting you in the camp because you dress like this. And they're putting Hugh Anthony in the camp because he loves Star Wars and shit. They think that you're all like degenerate fucking weirdos. That's all it is.
Oh, my glasses. I just got pepper sprayed. It's on my glasses. Thank God. But I've been pepper sprayed now on my glasses here in Canary Wharf. Young Bob here.
Oh, this is so embarrassing. This is like the most embarrassing shit I've ever seen in my entire life. So here they are breaking into the shopping centre. I mean, really, it's these guys that we want to be wary of, chat. These guys who are looking like they're pretty big, they might be able to handle themselves, and they got the bellies on. I love that the cops just like aren't doing anything. They're in the shopping center and they're not doing anything. This is crazy that this guy has brought his kid. This is crazy. Is that guy's t-shirt on the wrong way? Yeah, it could be, yeah. Hey, Dave Jens, what's going on? I mean, look, North Face is a decent brand. And as far as I know, not on the BDS list. And I know people who wear North Face stuff, so... No shade to the North Face shit, but, yeah, there's gonna be people wearing that. Of course there are. Everyone is just like, what is happening? And like, there are kids screaming. This guy, I was thinking that this guy looked pretty young, but looking at his eyes, This guy's like in his 50s or some shit. What are they protesting? So, just so everyone's aware, I guess some people haven't been coming to the streams in the past month or so. Basically, in the UK at the moment, there are anti-migrant protests going on. They're essentially attempted pogroms where fascists are going to migrant hotels, hotels where asylum seekers are being housed, and they're trying to assault them. They're trying to attack families inside. They are trying to set them on fire. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Like, you know, you could see normal people who are just like, what is going on? You know what I mean? Like, everyone there looking like, what is happening? There's a guy here like, what the fuck? Hijabi woman trying to hide in a shop for obvious reasons. Like, normal white couple just like, what the fuck is going on? People here in the fucking shop window like, what? So yeah, it's good. It's good normal stuff in it. I mean, Kier Starmer is a wanker, but not for the reasons that you think. It's wild that Kier Starmer is so racist, by the way. Like, he is a racist. I'm pretty sure that I saw this earlier today. Where do we got? What do we got? Yeah, here it is. So, in response to all of this, Kier Starmer has said he hangs the English flag in his home and always sits in front of a Union Jack. He told the BBC, "I'm very encouraging of flags. I think they're patriotic and a great symbol of our nation." I think the fridge is open. Just give me a sec. Yeah, it was good to put that onion away as well. Oh, it's only a Union Jack when it's on a ship. Fake patriot detected. Yeah, fucking little knobhead. Wank rags on his fucking mantle. Exactly. Oh, it's so embarrassing, honestly. Completely embarrassing. Hello, Rat Freak. Oh, God. So, there you go. You got that. I feel so sorry for people living in these Union Jack neighborhoods. So, what we've got here is, I believe the person who is doing the filming with the phone is a fash.
Explain to me why we're scum.
Because you're running around putting up...
Right, here we go. Yeah, so this person in her neighborhood appears to be in her neighborhood where she has been putting up flags or whatever, and her neighbors are being like, "You are scum."
Explain to me why we're scum.
Because you're running around putting up cheap naff.
What, and that's scum? That's scum.
So no,
What's disrespectful to the country?
Putting up cheap naff flags, right, that look like shit, to fall down in the dirt and roll around in the mud, to be run over by cars, to land in front of people's windscreens. It's ridiculous.
You don't need to raise your... Yeah, but what we're saying is, right, you need to...
zip ties. What, they're from fucking China as well?
You're very aggressive, aren't you?
Well, you're vandalising outside my house.
We're not. Reform have said the flags can stay up on their own posts.
Pop them up, we'll take them down. I love the fact you've got a young lad doing it. We're going to send a video of that out.
When they do the maintenance on them, because they're not official flag
I think they know. I don't think
they No, they're not. They've said we can. They've said that the flags can stay up.
I'm sure they have, but we're also the residents that live here.
And there's a lot of other residents that are, and a lot of other residents are supporting it.
I'm sure they are. That's nice. We're outside their house.
We have, and they haven't got a problem.
That's so dumb. The way that she's The way that she's responding to that. The guy's like, yeah, so put them up outside their house. And she's like, yeah, we have. They're not asked. That's what he's saying. That's what he's fucking saying.
When you haven't done it last month, last year, last previous years.
Because it takes time to get round to every area.
Oh, mate. Oh, mate. It takes time.
Because they've hired a bunch of scummers to drive around, putting these up all over the country.
A bunch of what?
Scummers.
Scummers?
Driving around, putting these up all over the country.
We're what?
Scum.
Scum. Can you, explain to me why we're scum?
Because you're running around putting up cheap, naff.
What, and that's scum? That's scum?
Trash. If you throw trash in the street, you're scum. You're throwing these up, they're held up by zip ties, they end up in the street. The British flag trailed down the road.
Well, yeah, because it's just a
So proud.
We are proud.
Performative. It's fake and performative.
Okay.
Anyway.
I feel bad that you're wasting your time because they will get taken, not by us.
No, they're not getting taken down. The council have said they can stay
They're
up.
all getting taken down.
Like, this person is not saying that the council are going to take him down. This person is saying that normal people who understand that the British flag is being used, the English flag and the British flag is being used to threaten and make migrants feel unsafe. People who know that that's why you're using them are going to take them down themselves. Like, that's what is going to happen.
By the weather, if nothing else.
They're not, the council is not. It's all right. Hang on.
Not happening.
So why do you feel the need?
The longer we've got here, the longer they're not putting stuff up. You'd better ask somebody.
There's 6 teams going.
6 teams. There's 6 teams going round. Oh boy. Oh boy. Incredible photo from Newcastle today. Incredible photo from Newcastle today. From Darren Grimes. Piece of shit. Fascist pun. Incredible photo from Newcastle today. Yes, that is an incredible photo from Newcastle today. An aged, withered man wearing an embarrassing comedy Union Jack flag that is literally designed to be worn on things like stag do's and football games. Wearing a completely fucking cringe t-shirt that says proud to be British and these like mental Union Jack shorts with the Union Jack flag. That is exactly what I was saying, Val. A fossil waving the flag of a dead empire. It is such a indictment of what is actually happening in the UK. You've got old people who are like, this is my last chance to be racist. So I'm gonna be so racist. Well, the photographer has put this in grey, so I don't know why. I don't know why this is in black and white, monochrome kind of thing, but yeah. It's just mad that he's like, incredible photo. And it's like, yeah, man, this is your movement. Your movement is old, unfortunate people who are racist as hell, going around making themselves look like fucking idiots to be racist. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. It is the swan song of a dying ideology. And it's not even a particularly good one. Hello, Parkour's language. How are you doing? So, we've got a little bit of that. We got a little bit of White Boy Summer. Let's take a look at some other politics in the UK. As well, at the minute. What do we got here? That's the transphobia from Adnan. We'll get into that in a bit. Okay, let's talk about, first of all, the changes to the EHRC and what that potentially means for people in the UK. So, Keir Starmer shakes up number 10 operation with a mini reshuffle. This is the first bit of news. Exclusive, Darren Jones appointed a new senior role in charge of day-to-day delivery of PM's priorities. So I've got no idea who this person is, but we're going to take a look at it in a minute. Darren Jones, the chief secretary to the Treasury, so that's who he was, has been moved to a new senior role in Downing Street as Kier Starmer attempts to get a grip on delivery before what is likely to be a tumultuous autumn for the government. What a joke. What an utter joke. A micro reshuffle, a nano reshuffle. I love these micro nano reshuffles. The senior MP, whose new title will be Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, has been put in charge of day-to-day delivery of the Prime Minister's priorities after Number 10 spent the summer struggling to get the front foot on issues including the economy and migration, and lags behind Reform UK in the polls. Every poll. Every single poll. I think I had one of those iPods. Good one, Steph. He'll be replaced as Rachel Reeves' deputy by James Murray, who has been promoted from Exchequer Secretary, a more junior ministerial role at the Treasury. In turn, his role will be taken by Dan Tomlinson, the government's growth mission champion, as Starmer seeks to reward the new 2024 intake. However, there was not expected to be a wider reshuffle of the junior ministerial ranks at this point, despite some reports. Senior sources said, although Starmer would need to appoint a new homelessness minister after Rushanara Ali stood down this summer, the cabinet is to stay intact. So he's not. So his priority is getting a new guy in who will look after his day-to-day business rather than a new homelessness minister who was removed, who resigned due to overwhelming public pressure because she evicted 3 of her tenants. She's a landlord. She evicted 3 of her tenants and tried to and rose the rent of her three apartment HMO, her 3-room HMO. Not technically an HMO in wherever the fuck it was. It was East London somewhere, Hackney maybe, Haringey maybe. Speaking to the BBC on Monday, Starmer rejected the idea it was a reshuffle prompted by crisis, arguing it was more of a case of a new phase. Do you remember when they said new phase, chat? Do you remember when they said that? A new phase of government. Do you remember this? Chat, do you remember this? Queen entering new phase. She died a year after this. Like a year after this, she just died. So, you know, man, I always love new phase as a phrase. This should be seen as more. This should be seen more. It's like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, yeah. This should be seen more as moving on to the second phase than a reshuffle because some of the positions are actually new positions, he told Radio 5 Live. Downing Street is also expected to confirm that the former Bank of England Deputy Governor Minouche Shafik will become Starmer's chief economic advisor as the government seeks to strengthen its efforts to bolster UK growth and productivity. You could do all this by just, like, not investing in AI in defense. They're so desperate to performatively create the appearance of progress. It's basically like a teenager moving shit around to make it look like they clean their room a bit. Absolutely, Sorka. That is absolutely what this is. They think that we are idiots. Right? I think we need to figure out what a phase is because it seems to mean literally nothing. Yeah, exactly. The communications operation will also be shaken up with Tim Allen. Now, this is the big news that people are focusing on. An advisor to Tony Blair in Number 10, when he was in Number 10, who went on to fund the PR firm Portland, coming in as an executive director of government communications. The political role is separate from that of David Dinsmore, who's been tasked with improving civil service communications operation. James Lyon, Downing Street's director of communications for strategy, is stepping down. Steph Driver is counterpart for day-to-day Number 10 communications, who's close to Starmer, stays in post, answering to Allen. Yeah, Tim Allen from Tool Time, yeah. I can't do the bit. The Downing Street Policy Unit is also undergoing changes after internal conflicts over who was running the department. Liz Lloyd was Tony Blair's Deputy Chief of Staff in number 10, is leaving but expected to move to a new role in government. It's crazy that there are just so many ex-Tony Blair staff in this government. It's just like, yeah, I need Tony Blair staff. He just wants to be Tony Blair. He wants to be Tony Blair, but worse. If you put Tony Blair on steroids, it will be Kier Starmer, right? So, important thing by this other guy, about this Tim Allen guy. Kier Starmer is appointed as his new comms director, Tim Allen, who was a board member of the hate group Sex Matters, a TERF group. It's no longer even pretending to adhere to its manifesto promise to remove indignities for trans people who deserve recognition and acceptance. Sex Matters has deleted his page from its website, but the internet never forgets. So this guy was a trustee to Sex Matters TERF group. Obviously, you can tell just because of the name, Sex Matters. They're talking about so-called biological sex over so-called gender. Really good stuff. Really normal stuff. Yeah! Tim Allen's career has spanned working as senior advisor in number 10 Downing Street for Tony Blair. Just explaining a little bit about him here and Sex Matters. Sex Matters, it should be really, really made aware to people that Sex Matters are one of the main groups who are pushing anti-trans legislation in the UK at the minute. They are funding lawsuits against trans people. They are doing all kinds of things. This guy was a trustee. It's women's concerns. It's women's concerns. These are just the concerns of women and girls. But Tim Allen, advisor for Tony Blair, needs to put his 2 cents in, right? Needs to just put his 2 cents in and just be like, I'm also concerned about this group of people that I hate. So yeah, absolutely horrific piece of shit. So that's who Tim Allen is. Downing Street Policy is also undergoing changes. Yeah, we read that. Stuart Ingham, another policy chief and Starmer's most long-standing aide, will leave the unit to work in Chief of Staff Morgan McSweeney's team, taking on a more political role, which sources said would ensure the Prime Minister's priorities were taken into account in every decision. I mean, what are the Prime Minister's priorities? The Prime Minister's priorities are, I need to stay in this position for as long as possible to save for retirement. That's what it is. A new political policy chief is expected to be appointed shortly, but in the meantime, Vidya Alexan, one of McSweeney's deputies, will oversee day-to-day policy work. Sources suggest that Louise Casey, a senior government fixer, would not be coming to number 10 despite reports. So Louise Casey is a baroness who did the Casey report. So the Casey report, which I said back in the day, I said, well, not back in the day, fucking 2 or 3 months ago, I made a video about it. We reported on it on the stream. The Casey report was a completely biased and unscientific nonsense so-called report that said that Asian men, men of South Asian descent were more likely to be in grooming gangs than white people, it had biased data, it had biased language, and it was clearly going to be used to manufacture consent for more racist pogroms. And what are we seeing now? More racist attempted pogroms. It's not even about migrants. It's not even about Muslims. That guy said it out loud. He was just like, yeah, any brown person, I don't care. Anyone who's not white. Right? You can check that out on my second channel, my Twitch Clips channel, if you want to stay up to date on what's happened. That's the Mule Twitch Edits channel. The extent of the shakeup reflects the sense that Starmer's number 10 has increasingly struggled to impose its own narrative and is instead mainly being shaken by external crises, noticeably the focus over the summer on migration and Reform UK's planned response to it. Things are not likely to improve in the short term, with the return of Parliament presenting Starmer and his team with a series of tough challenges, including the likely need for tax rises in this autumn's budget and ongoing legal battles over asylum hotels. In his BBC interview, Starmer said while he understood people's concerns about migration, reform and Nigel Farage were exploiting the issue as the politics of grievance. They feed on grievance, they don't want the problem problems solved because they've got no reason to exist if the problems are solved. So why are you capitulating to them? Why are you capitulating to them? Because you think that you're going to solve their problem? Their problem is not deport asylum seekers. Their problem, which Kier Starmer is doing, he's doing that in an overwhelming uptick of those kinds of deportations in his government. He's done far more deportations than the Tories did in their last year, as far as I know. So he seems to think that, yeah, okay, we're gonna deport loads more people, and that's gonna be really good. Asked about a recent spate of English flags being draped on lampposts or spray painted on roundabouts, Starmer said he was proud of the flag and had one in his Downing Street flat, but was wary of it being used for divisive reasons. In our flat, which is upstairs from here, as you know, we've got a St. George's flag. I think they're patriotic and they're a great symbol of our nation. I don't think they should be devalued and belittled, and I think sometimes they're used purely for divisive purposes. It actually devalues the flag. I don't want to see that. This is the only good take he's had. This is literally the only good take he has had in the last year. Like, obviously, I think that this bit where he says, I think that they're patriotic, is problematic. But there are some working class people who do see them as a symbol of our nation, and they think that it means something. And they won't use them for racism purposes, or they might just support England, or they might just like have a British flag, English flag, because whatever. It's just kind of culture. It's kind of like an unspoken culture. It's not a huge one. But obviously they are being used at the moment to signify that you're either a marked business, as we're going to see in a minute. Are we going to see it in a minute, or have I lost that bit? I think I might have lost that tab. We saw it last week. We looked at it last week. If you look at the stream last week, I think it was the last stream of the week, we saw that people were essentially using them as the swastika was being used in Kristallnacht. Like using them to tag businesses owned by people who are not white, racialized people, right? So that is what is happening at the moment. Downing Street sources characterize the changes as the next step in government's rewiring of Whitehall, with number 10 evolving into a command and control operation. They acknowledged that Jones' appointment and the new structures were about increasing government grip and focus. Sounds to me like increasing the grip of control on doing whatever the hell they want and just being fascist about it, right? Jones's appointment is likely to be seen as an acknowledgement by the Prime Minister that he needs to take a bolder approach to delivering on his promises, with the Bristol Northwest MP seen as a Blairite-style reformer who has privately urged the government to be more radical. Come on, man. Privately is not good enough nowadays. I don't believe it. Like, I just don't believe it. I simply don't believe it. Bullshit. Nonsense. Garbage. Rubbish. Let's take a look at some other stuff as well. Despite two different parliamentary committees expressing opposition to her appointment, gender-critical Mary Ann Stevenson is named as the new EHRC chair as government overrules MPs. Let's read this. This is a report from wearequeerasfuck.com. So, this article is from our award-winning free weekly newsletter that helps you understand LGBTQIA+ news and support. Mary Ann Stevenson has been named as new chair of Equalities and Human Rights Commission. She'll take over the role in December this year. The Labour government appointed her despite the Women and Equalities Committee and the Joint Committee on Human Rights expressing opposition to her appointment as the government's preferred candidate. The opposition was due to concerns about her so-called vision and that the appointment would not rebuild trust in the now deeply criticized watchdog that the LGBTQIA+ sector has lost faith in after a series of anti-trans decisions. Stevenson has a well-documented history of putting her gender-critical views into action, including making donations to high-profile anti-trans employment tribunals. I imagine that is referring to the Alison Bailey Tribunal, her versus Garden Court Chambers. I remember hearing a bunch about her at the time of that. Signing open letters and speaking at conferences for organizations like Sex Matters. So we've got one person who supports Sex Matters at the chair of the EHRC, and we've got another person who is a trustee for Sex Matters, literally within the government. Minister for Women and Equalities Bridget Phillipson said that she had the utmost confidence in Stevenson to run the equalities watchdog with integrity and professionalism, with Stevenson adding she looks forward to starting the role to ensure that everyone is treated with respect and dignity. Bridget Phillipson is a piece of shit. All these Labour fuckers are pieces of shit. This is fucking disgusting shit. What is Mary Ann Stevenson's gender-critical record? Archive versions of Stevenson's Blue Sky profile, which was promptly deleted after screenshots of who she followed were widely shared, showing her following a number of anti-trans and gender-critical activists and organisations, including Women's Place UK, academic professor... I still can't believe that there's an org called Women's Place that is just fucking transphobic and, by proxy, extremely misogynistic. Anyway, whatever. Academic Professor Alice Sullivan and columnist Susan Dalgetty, archive.today, captured June the 5th, 2025. Her name also appeared on a crowd justice donation for Alison Bailey's legal case. I was right. And on a positive review of a gender-critical history book. Gotcha. Elsewhere, Sex Matters documents record her speaking at a number of anti-trans conferences, and activist Ruth Pierce, who saw her speak in the 2010s, says she had shared anti-trans rhetoric. She has also signed several letters that have anti-trans intentions built into their impact, including a letter to The Guardian in 2015 that opposed the worrying pattern of intimidation and silencing of individuals who are deemed transphobic, and another in 2017 about the rights of women to meet to discuss legislation on gender identity. Cool, that's cool. So she is a legacy TERF. Gotcha. When Stevenson was first announced, the evidence of her past views was a bit of an inside scoop and led to community action and petitions, but it's become more than an open secret. It has been celebrated in big titles that this appointment is a gender-critical one. Indeed, it's a move which, if you've been following our coverage over recent weeks, confirms where the Labour Party stands on trans issues. There is growing inclination towards gender-critical perspectives on a number of levels, from the RSE guidance, which frames gender identity as debate, to teachers, to plans that will prevent many trans people from attending its autumn conference. It's becoming clear to many in the queer community that the party is no longer the cautious ally it once was. Indeed, for many, it has gone further than even the Conservatives in bringing detrimental anti-trans policies. I think that is understating the facts a little bit. But a great report from Queer as Fuck there. I love that reporting. Very, very good. But a very, very horrific and troubling time. We've also got this interview with Bridget Phillipson, who is the Women and Equalities Minister, as previously looked at, as previously mentioned in that article. Here she is with Trevor Phillips on Sky News. Let's hear what they are chatting about.
We do believe there needs to be reform of the ECHR, and that's what the Home Secretary is looking at.
To be clear, what you've just said is that you want to see changes in the European Convention of Human Rights.
The Home Secretary has committed to looking at the Article 8 provisions to seeing whether they need updating and reforming for the modern age. Yes, that's right. She said that's something that we are considering.
Are you ready that if you discover that it's not possible to make those changes, because nobody else agrees, to leave the ECHR or to suspend its use, as some of your colleagues...
Okay, this is really silly. I don't know what the fuck Trevor Phillipson is talking about here. I don't think that they're talking about the European Convention for Human Rights. I think they're talking about the... Is it mentioned here? Okay, it's not mentioned here, but the ECHR, or is it the EHRC? It's the EHRC. We're not talking about the ECHR. We're talking about the EHRC, which is the... Oh, I can't remember what the E stands for, but it's the Human Rights Commission of the UK. It might be England's Human Rights Commission. I'm pretty sure it is that.
In the Labour Party want to do?
I think that's rather getting ahead of ourselves, given that we have the work around the ECHR, and we do believe that work can be undertaken in order to...
You say getting ahead of ourselves. You had a year. I mean, you've got to get on with it.
You just jumped ahead. So I just said we're committed to reforming Article 8 and looking at the changes that are needed. Let's do that and see where that gets to then leap ahead and with...
Okay, so apparently... Equality and Human Rights Commission, that's what it is. You're right. Thank you, B-Rat. Yeah. So, Article 8 of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. Let's take a look at that. Article 8, Equality and Human Rights Commission. What this refers to is your right to respect for your private and family life. So, it's really cool that they're discussing reforming this, isn't it? It's really good that they're looking at reforming this stuff. Letters, telephone calls, emails, you know. Family life can include the relationship between an unmarried couple, an adopted child, and an adoptive parent. They're going to make it so that trans people can't adopt kids, and maybe queer people by extension. This is a really cool bit, by the way. The right to respect for your home does not give you a right to housing. I love that that already exists in there. It's a right to enjoy your existing home peacefully. This means that public authorities should not stop you entering or living in your home without very good reason, and they should not enter without your permission. This applies to whether or not you own your own home. So, you know, if they want to reform this, it should be concerning to not just trans people, but everybody, right? Everybody. Restrictions to the right and respect for your private and family life. There are situations when public authorities can interfere with your right to respect for private life. Home and correspondence is only allowed where the authority can show that its action is lawful, necessary, and proportionate in order to protect national security, public safety, the economy, health or morals, prevent disorder or crime, protect the rights and freedoms of other people. Action is proportionate when it is appropriate and no more than necessary to address the problem concerned. Okay. This is already abused in loads of ways by the cops and the state. Like, genuinely. This happens all the time. In the way that people are raided who participate in pro-Palestinian activism, in the way that their homes get raided, the cops cannot claim a proportionate, you know, and lawful and necessary reason for doing so. So, it's really exciting that that's what she's talking about. I can't wait for those Article 8 reforms.
The kind of extrapolate.
I love that when she's saying this, she is smiling. I love that she is smiling in this way when she says this. It's great.
You've made there, I think, is a bit much.
I'll tell you. You were saying, sorry, that we may need to think again about the ECHR. But the Prime Minister says, and I'm quoting him here, people who say that it may be time to renegotiate or suspend compliance with the ECHR are not serious people, including and.
So I think that Sky News has dropped a huge clanger here, which is an extremely embarrassing and extremely British moment. I genuinely think that this is an extremely embarrassing and an extremely British moment. That Sky News, Trevor Phillips on Sky News, has got mixed up with the European Convention of Human Rights and the Equality and Human Rights Commission in the UK. I genuinely believe that is what's happening here.
Including people like Sir Malcolm Rifkind and the former Labour Home Secretaries David Blunkett and Jack Straw. The Prime Minister is saying people...
And Bridget Phillipson doesn't know enough about what her job and what her role is, or care enough about what her job and what her role is to correct him.
Who want to reform, change, renegotiate, suspend the ECHR are not serious people. Now, which is it?
So we have been clear, the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister alike, that we're going to look at Article 8. of the ECHR around the right to family life and how that is being applied by the courts. But yes, our standing...
And changing the ECHR won't, as he suggests, put us in the same moral camp as Vladimir Putin.
Look,
that's what the Prime Minister said.
Our standing in the world matters. If we want to strike trade deals with countries, and we've had great success in recent years in striking those trade deals in the last year.
Name one. Name one.
Then we need to be a country that's taken seriously. We need to be a country that honours our obligations and honours the rule of law. We do.
It's just nonsense. It's like you've got news presenter who is sat there talking about something that is completely irrelevant. He's talking about an issue that is completely irrelevant to what is being discussed by the government. So incapable. So, normally I would criticize someone like Trevor Phillips for not pushing back in a strong enough way on a particular issue, because that is what journalism is supposed to do. It's supposed to speak truth to power, right? But not only is it impossible for him to do that in this situation, the reason that it's impossible for him to do that in this situation is because he's discussing the wrong fucking thing. Just like the wrong set of laws. It's like, what do you mean, bro? What do you actually fucking mean? This is crazy. Anyway, okay, let's move on to the opposition to this at the moment, which is Adnan Hussein's transphobia. So, who is Adnan Hussein? Adnan Hussein is an independent MP that is the secretary of the new party, Your Party. Technically not an MP for the party because it's not been founded yet, but that doesn't really matter. He's in the leadership of Your Party and he is being transphobic. So this is someone who is asking, do you believe that trans women are women because agreeing with women on their need for spaces exclusive to them excludes them from the category of women? Adnan Hussein explicitly said yesterday they're not biologically women, hence trans women. So, he's clearly transphobic. Not only is he transphobic, he is a landlord and he is anti-abortion. Now, I have definitely been critical of some people's derangement. There are definitely people online who have an extreme derangement about Your Party. They seem to think that it is going to operate in the same way that the Green Party or the Labour Party or the Tory Party does, where it will be a top-down kind of decision-making thing when it's been explicitly stated that policy will be decided by members and all this kind of thing. But I have heard the concerns of trans people about this for the last week or so. I've tried to remain balanced and unbiased regarding it, but this is clearly an extreme issue. I did get into some blue sky arguments today earlier, which I'm not proud of, and I wish I could go back and unhave those arguments, because really from the outside it just kind of looks like me sort of arguing with a bunch of trans people about something that obviously really affects them, and I am sorry if I did fuck up in that thread at all, but I think that there was a lot of people who were not reading me in a fair way, because I was mainly annoyed by the fact that I've seen some people, and I'm not going to mention their names because I don't want people to go and harass them or get involved in arguments or anything like that. I just don't think it's a good spend of anyone's time. I'm mainly annoyed by people who have large followings on Twitter and Blue Sky who have been saying things like, fuck politics. I just like, here is a legit word for word quote that I saw someone post today in response to this. We just need some rich trans people to create a commune and we can all pay them a low, affordable rent. Like, that is a real thing that someone said. Krill! Thank you so much for the 50 quid. Holy shit. Oh my God, we've had a 69, we've had a 50. We are already a quarter of the way to completing the dono goal for this month. Holy shit, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that, Krill. You're so incredibly generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. God, yeah, I can't thank everyone enough. Really awesome shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, you know, there have been some people who have reacted in an extremely reactive way to this, saying things like, your party is dead in the water, etc., etc., etc. I believe this. This is my take, and it was my take at the start of the day, and it is still my take, and it was my take last week, and it's my take the week before. I would never say that trans people should have to argue for their own existence. I will never demand that any marginalized person will or should have to do that. I, as an ally, will absolutely advocate for their existence on their behalf, 1000%. And I am willing to do that as part of any kind of contingent that is part of your party, that relates to the founding of the party. Because, you know, it's important to remember that even though this guy has been put to the job of the secretary of the party, Zara Sultana is also in the party, and she posted literally 2 days before this that she has always supported trans women, always supported trans people. The new party has no place for bigotry and no place, you know, for transphobia. And I think that this is something that you can nip in the bud as members who organize, right? And that is what I would say. I would say, with the amount of transphobic people that are in every party, yeah? Like, you know, I had some people in that thread, and again, I regret engaging with arguing in that thread. I feel embarrassed about it, and I feel like I didn't get my point across, because that is the nature of social media, right? I feel like I didn't accurately get my point across, and I think that people just think that I am a Jeremy Corbyn arse licker who will throw trans people under the bus and demand that they do work to advocate for themselves in spaces, yada, yada, yada. That is not what I'm saying, even in the slightest. And I think it's really important that, you know, we look at what people are saying about it. You know, there were people in that thread who were saying things like, yeah, but like, look at the Green Party. The Green Party has anti-transphobia in its rules for members and members of parliament. And I'm like, you know, the main post that I did on Twitter yesterday about all of this was about how Mothin Ali had a wishy-washy response to any questions about trans people in the last month, and I supported him on every other thing that he said. And I did think that it was a bit concerning that he was not saying anything about trans people. But then I looked at Zach Polanski, who is obviously going to be the leader. He's obviously going to win the leadership. And I was like, I'm going to vote for this guy, because I think that even if he has some kind of shit views on trans people, that Zach would probably say something or do something if he ends up being deputy leader, and just at the very least being like, you need to stop fucking talking about this. You know, that's kind of like the party line. Like, if you have an agreed party line, you stick with it, right? But there are also people who have been explicitly anti-trans in their messaging over the last month, like Ellie Chowns and Adrian Ramsey, who were running for leadership. They've been on Newsnight. They've been platformed on loads of different TV programs. And it's like, the anti-transphobia rules in Green Party are clearly not enough to stop these people from having support within the party, because they have an overwhelming amount of support. Not overwhelming, I would say a significant amount of support in the Green Party. But also, you know, it's clearly not enough, right? It's clearly not enough to do something about this. So I don't think that we can get away with this. I don't think we can get around this issue. Like, this is an issue, right? I don't think we could just get around this issue by going like, yeah, nah, just support the Green Party. I don't think that that's possible. I don't think we're thinking long term. I think that if you have one guy who is in the party who is saying shit like this, and it's not even been founded yet. They don't have any voted on policies. They don't have any, you know, sort of just like rules for members or rules for MPs or mandatory selection or anything like that. I think it is far easier to lobby and vote for and demand a completely anti-transphobic, like, you know, pro-trans movement and party for something that is going to be founded, I guess, like in the next couple of months. I think it's going to be far easier to get rid of one guy and then subsequently a lot of other guys who would support the party, who would be transphobic. I think it's easier to nip this shit in the bud with a party like your party than trying to resolve the amount of transphobia that exists within the Green Party or the Labour Party or the Tory Party or the fucking SNP, or you know what I mean? Like, if we think about political parties, like, it's like, what are we doing? Like, what else are we doing? Do we just do nothing? You know? I've signed up for the party in the hope that I could contribute to steering it in the right direction if they're honest about being democratic. This is frustrating, though. Not going to give in before things are off the ground. I think that that's most normal people's take, Val, and that's my take as well. Like, that's where I'm up to. I hate this, and I think that this is dog shit. And as I said to him here, he's fucked it. And I also said to fucking Mothin Ali, I was like, your voters will not forget this, bro. As soon as the votes came in, you decided to run defense for this transphobic piece of shit. Under the guise that it's the same, like the criticism that Adnan Hussein has been receiving for saying transphobic shit is the same as criticism Jeremy Corbyn got for being pro-Palestine. Because that's what Mothin Ali said, and I am fucking furious with that cunt, right? I'm far more furious with Mothin Ali, who in a founded party under a leadership vote month, who was quiet about trans issues. And listen, I'm feeling like a plank about it. I'm feeling like I should have done more research about it before I voted, and I'm feeling bad about it. But whatever, it is what it is. I voted for him. I've made my fucking discomfort known. It's got like 1,000 fucking likes on Twitter now, so he must have seen it. Because this guy's going to be fucking name searching himself and all this shit. And I think that, you know, to deal with something like Mothin Ali and the Green Party is going to be far more of a fight than developing a party from the ground up. And as it starts, we don't tolerate any of that crap. Gender critical nonsense, get rid of it. You know, easy. I think that it's far more easy, and I'm not saying that I will abandon the fight for you know, trans rights and trans power within the Green Party, but I just think that the criticisms that some people have, where they're like, oh yeah, fuck the new party, fuck your party, Jeremy Corbyn is dead to me, yada yada yada. I understand the emotion, and I understand the fear and like sadness and stress that trans people feel about it. I really do. But you know, again, I would never ask trans people to have to like advocate for their own existence and shit. I'm more than willing to do that as an ally, you know, for trans people, and I will continue to do that, and I will try to do it within your party, because I think that it would be tragic if we get off the ground and we have transphobic policy. I think that would be fucking tragic, right? Being trans in the UK is just so fucking exhausting. Absolutely, I know. I you know, I speak to Sophie pretty much every day. You know, obviously I speak to you in my server and stuff. I speak to you know, the trans people in my server, in my community. And it sucks. It's garbage. It's shit. And that's why we have to fight. That's why we can't just give up. Like, you know, the way that I see it is that, like, if we are in a scenario where there is an overwhelming amount of transphobic people in power, right? We have to do something. Kairos, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid. How are you, Kairos? What's going on? please, everybody, if you don't know, go and support Kairos. How was your stream? What were you doing? Doing some Destiny, doing some gaming, doing some fucking gaming. That's crazy. Welcome to my stream. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a left-wing political UK streamer. I am an activist. I am a videographer. I'm a bisexual. I'm a fucking, what do you call it when you, I'm polyamorous. What else? I don't know. I'm a gym loser. And I can say that now because I've been going back to the gym recently. I have misspelled the shout out. You're right. I am sorry, Kairos. There it is. Don't go to that first one that was streaming Destiny. Don't go to that. Kairos was not streaming Destiny. Kairos was... There you go. We did a lot of Indonesia coverage and some killer ICJ legal scholars take on Israel, demolishing the regime from its very core. Hell yeah, let's go. That's why you should go follow Kairos, everybody. Please go and follow Kairos right this second. Thank you so much for the rave. I appreciate that. Hello, Gala Manu, and hello, Kairos. I hope you're doing well. I'm currently just finishing up talking about the Krill. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Kairos. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your sub, my friend, my comrade. Yeah, enjoy it. Nice one. Thank you so much. We're at 7 subs today already. First day of the month. I can't believe it. We're well on the way to hitting the midway goal. We're well on the way to hitting the dono goal. It's only been a day. This is crazy. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the support. I really appreciate it. But yeah, as I was saying, I was just finishing up talking about the issues with the new party in the UK, Jeremy Corbyn, Zara Sultana, and a bunch of other independent MPs. One of the MPs is basically a transphobe. You can see here, he's on screen. To finish my take, I'm sorry that the Raiders will have missed it, but it's a bit of a stressful thing to talk about because I got into an argument on Blue Sky about it earlier, and I feel like I upset a bunch of trans people, and I feel like shit about it because that was certainly not the intention. But it's very, very difficult to try and get your point across online, I think, sometimes. Especially on Twitter and Blue Sky. If I could apologize to those people, I would. And I did apologize to a couple of them and tried to make them understand exactly what I was saying. But, you know, we absolutely... Oh, well, Sorka has a take here. I'm still somewhat energized to be active with your party so as to not cede ground entirely. It's incredibly demoralizing that trans rights can't even be taken for a given here. I will not share a tent with people who hate me. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's exactly how I feel about it as well, right? Like, when I saw this, I was like, this is going to make trans people terrified to be in your party. And it's crazy that no one is taking it seriously. And it's disappointing. But again, this guy... Not just a transphobe, also a landlord, also anti-abortion. There are many reasons why this guy should be deselected. And I think that if we introduce, if when your party is founded, we become members, we submit motions, we submit policy motions, I think that the most important one should be mandatory reselection. And if you don't know what mandatory reselection is, it means that the members get to decide who represents them in what area. Right, so that means none of this parachuting MPs into places that they're not from, that they don't understand the issues of, etc., etc. It means that if someone has views like this, members can vote to replace them. That's democracy, right? That's democracy, and I think that should be the most important thing that we fight for. Alongside that, a broad set of rules and set of understandings about bigotry and understanding bigotry and why it is unacceptable, right? I think that is absolutely key. So that's kind of my take on that. Willada says, thanks for this take. As I know nothing about this, I thought if an important founding member says this, it's hard to change. Nice to hear it's not as impossible as it is in my head. Well, I think that a lot of people are seeing it as impossible in their head for a couple of reasons. I think that when Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana announced this party, I think that lots of people were like, yay, I don't have to do anything. Daddy Corbyn is going to create a new party and it's going to be absolutely fine and it's going to have all perfect policies and I don't have to do anything. And I think that because that's not what's happening, and I think a lot of normies don't get that this is going to be a proper political organization and a proper political party that has policy that is voted on by members, other kinds of things, terms and conditions, all this stuff, leadership voted for by members. I think that some people are just not getting it, and I think that that's why most people have this immediate take of like, oh, it's fucked, it's already fucked, right? It's not fucked. If what they're saying is true, like I will go this far, chat. Like this is like, and you can hold me to this. You can hold me to this. I'm saying this as an organizer. I'm not saying this as some idiot cis guy who has like absurdly placed hopes in leaders and people to do stuff or anything like that. If what Zara Sultana and Jeremy Corbyn are saying about your party is true, and that is that the members get to decide policy, they get to decide the rule book, the handbook for members, and all this kind of stuff, then that is great. I will follow it until the moment that we decide policy. And if we decide on a pro-trans policy and it gets voted down, I will not be organizing with it anymore. Like, that is just the end of it, right? Like, I have always been pretty fucking solid on on trans stuff for as long as I can remember. As long as I learned about the trans struggle, it became pretty obvious to me very early on that Labour was going to renege its pro-trans stance. I thought that was very obvious. I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'm not even remotely going to be supporting these guys anymore. I cancelled my membership pretty early on. And I was right. The Green Party, the only reason I joined the Green Party was so that I could vote for Zach Polanski, because Zach Polanski literally said to Rupert Lowe or Richard Tice, one of these reform bellends, who said, can a woman have a penis? He literally just replied, yes, now let's talk about all your fucking scams that you've done, right? Which is just like the most important, it's like the most based response that you could possibly do. Like, there's a lot of people who think the same. This person here, Congolese Rice, she does a lot of sort of like pro-organizing based content on Twitter and shit. I'm sorry if you're letting one dickhead put you off a left party, you're either lazy or not. And I don't think she's talking to trans people here. I think she's talking generally to like people who have just decided, cis people who have just gone, yeah, fuck it, I'm not getting involved anymore, right? Do you know what I mean? Because it's easy to do so. The easiest way to make sure Adnan Hussein has no role in the future party, organize to make it so. Want the party to be unabashedly pro-trans, organize to make it so. The shit doesn't happen by magic, you do actually have to graft and fight for it. He's an independent MP, he's got no big party machinery behind him. Find a local in Blackburn that aligns, do community outreach, put him forward and deselect him. Can't believe this needs saying, but not everyone on the left is progressive, and if you don't want this party to descend into some Galloway-esque nonsense, we will have to actually get in the dirt and wrestle it away from those types. They're ready for the fight, are you? And I would absolutely, I would say the same. Again, I would never like say this to trans people particularly. I understand how exhausting and how terrified trans people are in this country. But I'm willing to fight. I'm willing to do this fight. And, if that's something that trans people want me to do, which, I have heard from trans people in my community and also trans people, that are my friends, that is something they would want me to do. Galloway-esque is referring to a tiny party in the UK called the Workers' Party. George Galloway is a populist piece of shit. He is a reactionary Nazbol, essentially. Like, a Nazi who has some socialist kind of policies. But really, in the broad sense of it, he's mostly just reactionary. Reactionary except for Palestine, and that's why he's gotten a bit of support, basically. And that's why Congolese Rice on Twitter is referring to him particularly, because the biggest thing that has united this new party, this new, Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana party, the biggest thing that has united them is Palestine. And yeah, if you're like progressive but just for Palestine, that just makes you the Workers' Party. And it's crap, you know? So there you go. So I agree with that person. Fuck Adnan Hussein. But this is an important thing to notice here, chat, in terms of the far right and what they are looking at when they see this stuff. You've got this fascist here, right? Because this person is talking particularly about Adnan Hussein. And you've got one person here who is saying, you need to make this clear, this is your personal position and does not reflect the position of your party because its stance and policies will be decided by members, not you, right? So most people who have read up on your party and understand your party understand this part of it, right? And then you've got someone here who's saying, it doesn't matter, 3 of your party's default MPs voted against a woman's right to choose. Hussein is openly transphobic, all under the guise of religious conservatism. That 1 million mailing list won't vote to be ruled by religion, any religion. Now, this person has tacked on to this religion bit. And it is incredibly important to recognize this shit early on. He is preying, this fucking piece of shit fascist is preying on this person, right? They've mentioned religious conservatism. How does it feel knowing you have to side with dickheads who adore Islam, an ideology that insists people like you get murdered? Your existence is the worst sin of all to people your ilk are advocating to colonize our country. Like, they are seeing this wedge immediately, right? Transphobia is not an Islam problem. Transphobia is not a Muslim problem. Transphobia is an Adnan Hussein problem. It is a conservative reactionary problem. Again, as I've explained, he is a reactionary. He is anti-abortion. He is a landlord. I don't know about this 3 your party MPs voting against the woman's right to choose. I'm going to have to do some more research into that, because if that's fucking true, that's crazy. But also, they're not MPs. Like, this is another important distinction to make. They are not MPs of the party. The party's not been founded yet. They've not been selected as MPs. It is concerning that Adnan Hussein is in the party lineup in terms of he's the secretary. But I don't know about these other people. I don't know what else they're doing. We'll have to do some more research. But people are using this as a wedge. People are saying, you know, this is what it's like. You should just be racist, actually. You know? And then they are also saying to people who are transphobic, who happen to be Muslim, they're also saying, look at all these woke idiots. You really want to support these guys? You know? Important to see that they are smelling blood in the water and they are going to muddy the waters as much as fucking possible and prey on people who are stressed out about this and don't know what to do, yeah? Like, really important that we are aware of that shit. So there is the EHRC UK news. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, 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 It's Robert, so thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I'm an activist. I'm a bisexual. I'm a polyamorous. I'm a gym loser. I'm going through the news. I'm going through the UK news. I'm going through the stuff. I've done the UK news, actually. I'm about to get into the dark money dem influencer stuff that came out last week, because some of those guys, you know, not particularly the same guys that Taylor Lorenz is talking about, but some other people that were funded by progressive PACs, so-called progressive PACs in the USA, are my ops. So that's funny, isn't it? And it's funny how all my ops end up turning out to be pedophiles, isn't it? That's funny that that happens. And I didn't even call them that, but they are. So, That's who I am. That's where I'm up to. Thank you so much for the raid, Rob. If you're not following Rob, you really should. Please go support him. I hope you had a great stream today, buddy. Enjoy your post-stream time. Look after yourself. Yada, yada, etc., etc. Welcome, everybody, from Rob's stream. We've got More Talk, Diego, Dr. Maggot. We got Ally in HD. We got Riolan. How are you? What's going on? Welcome in. We got a bunch of cool follower emotes. That's very true, B-Rat. That's why people should follow and stick around. Because, you know, you just should. You just actually should. Let's get into this. Secret Democrat influencer funding programs revealed. Cuneiform Grift, how are you doing? Welcome in.
Money Group is secretly funding some of the biggest Democratic influencers on the internet. And I got a hold of their contracts, payment terms, recordings of their meetings, pitch decks for the program, email and text messages between the creators discussing terms, company communication, and more.
This is great, by the way.
Right now on Wired, and it's linked in the description below. But before we dive into the nitty-gritty details of who is secretly funding some of the most prominent Democratic voices on the internet, it's important to understand what's been happening over the past 9 years. In 2016, I was a politics reporter covering the election. I was traveling across the country, attending Trump rallies and talking to voters. And one thing that a lot of them had in common is that they had discovered Donald Trump and his MAGA movement on the internet. They were bombarded by his content on platforms like Facebook and Reddit and fed his messaging through a burgeoning ecosystem of far-right online influencers and forum admins.
Yeah, makes sense.
Influence was central to Trump's
Trump memes, that was the first shit, right? That everybody saw.
On election night.
Oh, he's such a memer.
While almost the entire...
That's why Hillary was like, Pokemon go to the polls and all that fucking nightmare shit.
Mainstream media was huddled up in the Javits Center watching Clinton lose. I and a small handful of other journalists were across town at the Midtown Hilton, where Donald Trump was camped out with his family and campaign advisors. I was in the room at the Hilton when Trump won and stayed at that event until 6 in the morning. What was notable that night, and why I think that evening was such a watershed moment, is that when Donald Trump took the stage for the first time as the incoming president, he was surrounded by new media. That big party room at the Hilton was packed with MAGA influencers, far-right internet personalities, and popular online figures. And when Trump took office just a few months later, those influencers were there again. They all
they're all hacks. That's very, very true, Middle-earth Marxist.
At an event called the Deplorable. The event was a who's who of early MAGA content creators. It was organized by right-wing influencers Jack Posobiec and Mike Cernovich. Other online figures like Cassandra Fairbanks and Gavin McInnes were also in attendance. The Deplorable was held at the National Press Club, and a Peter Thiel associate involved with planning the event said, quote, "Doing it at the press club asserts that we're the new force in town." The whole night, and I was there, was about how MAGA influencers were the new media. Attendees vlogged the party and posted an endless stream of content to Instagram and Twitter. The Deplorable was live streamed on YouTube and the conservative live streaming platform Right Side Broadcast Network. When Cernovich spoke to the crowd, he talked about how the influencers had been able to seize control of the media through the internet. He said, quote, "We ran Twitter. The ground had shifted and media had been permanently upended. But back then, legacy media and certainly the Democrats absolutely refused to acknowledge it. I will never forget getting up on stage at a DC event in 2016 to give a slideshow presentation about influencers like Jake Paul and the entire crowd just laughing. Throughout the 2010s, the mainstream media continually declared that the influencer industry was
I mean, it's like, I think this is a great bit of reporting from Taylor, and she's gotten consistently better over the last few years. I will never forget when she used the word transgenderism unironically in that interview with Chaya Raichik, Libs of TikTok. I think that if maybe people laughed at her, there's probably a misogyny element to that. There's probably a element of it sounds ridiculous and it's not true. She also might just have not presented it in a great way because, you know, she is fallible. We're all fallible. It could be that. But I'm willing to believe that people ridiculed her and shit because people are nasty, right?
Dead. That content creators were just selfie-obsessed narcissists. Not a single mainstream media outlet had a dedicated...
Hey, Alejandro, recently outing a victim without their consent? Oh, boy, what?
Covering the content creator industry.
What?
Instead,
No.
legacy outlets declared this whole shift towards independent influencers as a fad.
Hi, Helgina, how are you?
Acknowledge how online influence played a pivotal role in Trump's win, aside from blaming Russia for buying Facebook ads. They ignored the MAGA movement's very real and very organic grassroots support online and acted like Trump's win was an anomaly. But the reality is that conservatives have been laying the groundwork for total online dominance for years. The far right began cultivating a personality-driven media ecosystem back in the days of talk radio in the 90s. And when the internet came along and social media began to really take hold in the 2010s,
talk radio, Rush Limbaugh, yada yada.
A nonprofit that advocates for conservative politics in high school and college was founded by Charlie Kirk in 2012 and quickly emerged as a de facto influencer network. Ben Shapiro founded the Daily Wire, which birthed a slew of right-wing influencers just a couple years later in 2015. Around that same time, Gamergate, a misogynistic hate campaign aimed at driving progressive women out of video games and media, provided a blueprint for how the internet...
She's a mixed bag. I always wonder if such gaffes are genuine or not. She strikes me as a middle-class, privileged white person, and I think that it is likely that those gaffes are real. I do believe that they are genuine gaffes, right? I think there's an element of privilege which means that you don't think about things like the consent of a victim of sexual abuse of someone that you dislike, right? Because I'm assuming maybe it's to do with Destiny or Ethan Klein, maybe, and fuck those guys, but you need the consent of a victim to talk about that. Very important. Hello, PM Triox. How are you doing? I was about to mention Gamergate shoulds. Yeah. The Gamergate shit was obviously provably done by Steve Bannon.
Weaponized by the far right. Gamergate also catapulted the first generation of MAGA influencers to fame. The alliances that formed around Gamergate's participants, including Milo Yiannopoulos, Candace Owens, and other
Milo, fucking hell.
Eventually metastasized into a sprawling network. In their book, Meme Wars, the writers Joan Donovan, Emily Dreyfus...
Milo was like a weird fucking... Like most of these fuckers turn out to be pedos, right? But the Milo Yiannopoulos thing was always crazy. Milo Yiannopoulos was like, yeah, I was sexually abused when I was a kid, and I think that's fine. I think that more people should do it. That's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy.
And Brian Friedberg argue that Gamergate...
And then he was like, I'm not gay anymore. I'm not gay anymore. I'm not gay. I did conversion therapy and I'm not gay anymore. And then he disappeared, right?
Funneled an entire generation.
Mental. What a crazy time. Hello, Val. How are you? She also did make a joke about 9/11 once for the list of good things in the mixed bag. Yeah. Isn't Milo the one who sucked Nick for when his dick? No, that's Destiny. That's Molestiny.
Steve Bannon, who was central.
Hey, James Ed Smith, most bizarre ambulance chaser to ever live, right?
Influencers like Milo for creating an online army that got turned on to politics and Trump. These far-right online creators and the groups of reactionaries who followed in their footsteps.
People leave out Nathan Grayson, who was the guy people wanted fired,
and serve as the backbone for the broader right-wing media ecosystem. Even today. When 2020 hit and the pandemic forced everyone online, you'd think that the Democrats would have embraced new media. But after...
I think Gamergate was about wanting to punish women for daring to like things that boys like. right?
All coalescing around Joe Biden, it was primarily progressive and Democrat influencers themselves who banded together to try to get Trump out of office, with minimal support from the party. In late 2020...
I think I know what the fash tweet it was on about with the 3 MPs thing. No, that person wasn't a fash. That person was fine. The person who was responding to that person was a fash. There was an amendment to decriminalize abortion. Adnan Hussein Ayub Khan voted against it. Shakat Adam abstained. Okay, well, I think abstaining on something like that is still a bit crazy, but it's better than voting against it. That's crazy that Ayub Khan voted against it. I kind of want to know now what position he is in your party. Ayub Khan. Is there something about him in your party? I'm gonna sneeze. Oh God. Right. Ayub Khan. Your party. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze again. Oh, sorry about that. Right. Your party. Oh, he's a director. That sucks. That sucks. Thank you for all the blushes. It's good. It's gonna happen again. I think. Maybe. No. Okay. Right. Ayub Khan. He took up the position of director, newly incorporated your party, along with other members of the Independent Alliance. Yeah, this is bad. They wanted Nathan Grayson fired for writing a favorable review of Zoe Quinn's game because she was sleeping with him. Problem is, he never wrote any such article. He put a game in a list of games at a festival he covered and gave it the same kind of blurb they all got. Also, he was never involved with her until after that article was published. It's the original sin of Gamergate, and it's a complete fabrication. Well, yeah, and they just used it as an excuse to be evil to women, right? Yeah. Look into the light. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, you know, I think that... I think missing these kinds of things is pretty crap. Genuinely. However, someone abstaining on the vote is a bit different. We don't know what the reason for that abstention is. But you know, this guy voted against decriminalizing abortion. He was a member of the Lib Dems. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. Makes absolute sense. Absolute fucking sense. Right, okay. Well, look. Let us try and... Let's wait until this founding conference. Let's wait until some policy has been decided. And I'm not telling trans people to do that. I'm not telling, you know, women to do that. But I will, in whatever capacity is made available to me as someone who has signed up to support them, whatever capacity that we are able to influence the party as members, I will see if that is possible. I will give it a go. And if it's not possible... then fuck it. But again, I also think that, what is it? We're talking about two out of 5 people who have a shit voting record on, you know, people's rights and shit, right? And I think that those people have to go. I think that those people have to be whipped into shape to understand that, you know, here's the thing, here's the crazy thing, right? I've always thought that this is so stupid, right? If you want to live a conservative life, if you want to live a life where you don't have abortions, right? If you're someone who can give birth, where you don't have abortions, you can do that. You could, like, in a socialist world where abortion is legal and everyone has access to it, you could still choose not to do that, right? I believe that people like you will fight for our rights. I just hate that it seems like it's going to be an uphill struggle, possibly. Here's how I feel about it, genuinely. I'd prefer it to be an uphill struggle than the same kind of struggle that people in Palestine have, right? You know, that's how I feel about it. I'm not saying that that's an uphill struggle, but like our uphill struggle is not the same as their uphill struggle, right? Katrina Kaiju, good to see you. How are you? Welcome in. God, there's so many people in chatting. I feel bad that I'm missing out. Hello, Mr. Dank. Welcome in. Did I miss anyone else coming in? Broader right-wing media in a country with no left-wing political representation, no left-wing media. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, it's good, innit? It's good stuff. Zoe is MB. Zoe Quinn, gotcha. Hey, Elron, how are you? No policy, no manifesto yet. If some of the founding directors are in breach, that's easy enough to deal with. That's how I feel about it, yeah. That's how I feel about it. Either they're on board with rights for everyone or not. Simple question. Yep. Has to be that, right? Like, again, like, you know, it's another crazy thing, right? It's another crazy thing. It's like if you want to have a life where you think that you're not really trans and being trans isn't real, but you are trans and I don't know, whatever, like, you're just a conservative and you're like, I'm not going to do that. Like, you cannot do that. Like, it's probably going to make you suffer loads, but in a socialist world where people who do want to transition can transition and get supported by the state to do so, like, you wouldn't be prevented from not doing that. Like, it's wild that, like, if people want to do that. It feels shitty to compare to genocide just because theirs more explosive doesn't mean we aren't also fighting for our survival. I wasn't saying that. I was saying that an uphill struggle, it is an uphill struggle, but it's, well, you know, not trans. I wasn't referring to trans people. I was referring to trans people's allies, right? And I guess you could also say that for Palestinians' allies, it's also much easier for us to do that stuff. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to downplay what's happening to trans people whatsoever. I was saying that, you know, we are in a different position whereby I guess that we have a degree of privilege. And again, when I say we, I mean broadly speaking, the left who support trans people, right? We are in a better position to advocate for that stuff than some people would be. Like, I think about the position of trans people in Russia a lot and their allies, and it's like, thank fucking God we don't have the same situation there, right? You know what I mean? As there. Because it's not just trans people in Russia, it's every fucking queer person. You are just not allowed to be queer in it, you know what I mean? And, you know, I see the trans people as connected to my struggle because I'm bisexual, and I think that is what is coming. I think that if trans people lose their rights, I think that I will also lose my rights. But again, I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it because I think that people deserve to have rights. Anyway, hello Mia, how are you doing? You're forgetting in their ideology, them preventing you from what they consider to be wrong is necessary for them to be good people. I genuinely think that there are just some people in this world who do not understand what is going on, and they want to live their life in that way, and they think that somehow us fighting for other people's rights, they are infringing on their right to not have that affect their life in some way, right? I mean, I guess if you wanted to abuse your child who is trans and prevent them from transitioning, that would be something that I hope that some where, you know, people would be prevented from doing in a socialist future, right? Thank you for the follow. Because that's just child abuse. So yeah, you would be prevented from doing that. But I don't know, man. I just think it's crazy. I just think it's fucking crazy. Anyway, that's my whole take on the Your Party stuff. I think that it's not, you know, we're lucky that it's not a case of wait and see. We're lucky that it's a case of wait and see, and it has been explicitly stated to us that we have an opportunity to influence policy and decisions. In what way we actually have influence and in what way we actually have power remains to be seen. But, you know, it could completely fall apart. And if that happens, fuck it, you know, then it happens. And then we figure out another way. But again, like, you know, my entire issue with people who are saying it's dead in the water, it's dead on arrival, fuck Jeremy Corbyn, yada, yada, yada. You know, people are saying fuck Jeremy Corbyn and they're not saying fuck Adnan Hussein. And I'm just like, this is crazy to me. He's not said this stuff. Anyway, whatever. Is that a lot of people don't have an alternative. And it's like, oh, right, so yous aren't organising as well. You aren't joining your local union. You aren't joining your local community organisation. You aren't joining an anti-fascist organisation. You're not doing any other activism whatsoever. You know what I mean? This is the thing that fucks me up about it, and it frustrates me. But you know, keep organising. Like this is the key part. Like, chat, keep organising. Join a union. If you don't organise, if you don't do any activism whatsoever, start with joining a union. That's a great start. You know, most of your workers. And go to a meeting, and you'll meet some people who are doing other cool stuff, like community defence in the USA at the moment, which is going to be imperative, right? It's going to be imperative. Yeah, I agree, L1. I agree, L1, yeah.
Gen Z content creators
anyway, let's crack on with this.
Under the name TikTok for Biden, and produced a steady
I'm just going to go blow my nose real quick.
urging young people to get out and vote Democrat. After Joe Biden won, he thanked this group specifically and told members of TikTok for Biden, which rebranded as Gen Z for Change, that they were integral to rallying support online and delivering him a win. Biden's White House attempted to engage more with influencers, especially in its early days. COVID had made everyone, including the media and even men in Silicon Valley who had maligned the influencer industry for years,
spot on, Mia.
realized that the creator economy
organized but don't get burnt out.
But they still sort of treated
Easier
it as
said than done.
show that was secondary to traditional media outlets like CNN and the New York Times. In 2021, the Biden White House worked with influencers to promote the rollout of the COVID vaccine.
From the continent, thoughts and prayers, your party won't attract too many transphobes. Thanks, Willada.
About the war in Ukraine. But soon, influencers began asking hard questions, especially...
Well, like, here's the thing. Here's how I feel about that. If the idea of Adnan Hussein is like, yeah, this is a popular policy, right? Or this is just my beliefs. If it's the former, he's a fucking idiot. Because there are already parties out there like Reform who, you know, if this is genuinely their strategy, right? If this is genuinely their strategy, you have to ask yourself, what are they fucking thinking? Because you've already got Reform who are like, we will kill transgender people. Yeah? Like, Reform are like, we will eradicate the transgenderism disease. And it's like, you think that you're going to outperform Reform with a broadly left-wing base. That's crazy, dude. Like, what are you talking about? What an absurd idea. What an absurd fucking strategy. You know, it's like Kier Starmer. Kier Starmer is exactly the same. Kier Starmer is literally being like, we will do everything we can to destroy transgenderism. You know, essentially, that's what he's saying, right? Like, they're just gonna join Reform. They're just gonna join, like, another party that enables them to hate trans people in the exact way that they like. You know, even if your party ends up having a transphobic policy, it's like, it's crazy to me if this is like a strat that he's thinking of or whatever. But again, you know, he is a fucking like, it's important to remember that, like, even if he doesn't get, I mean, it would be shit if people did not mention his transphobia, but even if they didn't, even if that wasn't even taken into account, I think most of the members would be like, this guy's a landlord. This guy is anti-abortion. This isn't like left-wing stuff. You know what I mean? So I think that hopefully most people will be like, yeah, he's got to go. He's got to go. And so is Ayub Khan, and, you know. Hey, Ashlols. Yeah, unfortunately, the Kier Starmer impression has become as necessary as the Donald Trump impression, you know? You can also use my Keith emote if you like, which is, that's Kier Starmer there, isn't it? That's him. That's him. You can use him in the chat. He's there.
Those progressive Gen Z influencers who helped get Biden elected.
Dave, you're also right. You don't need to work to join a union. Some people accept people. Some unions accept people who aren't employed. That's right.
And enact policies on COVID that were further to the right of Donald Trump. Disability justice influencers challenged him. And when Biden approved drilling projects that would devastate the environment, climate activists on TikTok fought back. Then, after October 7th, when Biden began manufacturing consent for a genocide against the Palestinians and sought to ban TikTok because it was allowing young people to see what was actually happening in Gaza, content creators began asking tough questions of the administration. Biden's response, though, was to completely cut them off. The White House began leaving progressive content creators off invite lists and only working with milquetoast Democrat creators who towed the party line.
This is crazy, man. This is crazy.
Khalil Green, a history content creator, told me at the time, quote, "I have noticed that there have been a lot more events with creators at the White House, but the creators that are getting invited are the creators who are very pro-Biden and just parroting talking points or sharing photo ops of them smiling with the president, not the creators who have been critical." Green said that he hadn't been invited to the White House since he criticized the administration over the TikTok ban and genocide in Gaza. Annie Wu Henry,
by the way, from our good friend David, not David Pacman, this David, Scottish David. So David Pacman was one of the people who was paid by this company to shill for the Dems. And, you know, the post here, the words of the post, Hamas appears to bomb their own hospital. Israel blamed.
Right now, we have democratic countries who, if they make a mistake or lie, are subject to negative consequences, saying this wasn't Israel. They've released information, radar, audio, video. Internal assessments agree. This was not Israel.
Like, this is the deepest, most depraved scumbag atrocity propaganda nightmare shit from David Pacman. And I've never fucked with David Pacman. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, I am gonna be real. Yeah, he's always been wang. Yeah, he's always been wang. I think I got onto him like 2022 or some shit. I think I was like, who's this guy? People are following him. I'm gonna check him out. And he immediately started talking about how getting out there and voting in the midterms is super important. And I was like, this guy just let Roe v. Wade get overturned. Or was that 2023? I can't remember. But, you know, I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, it's James O'Brien shit. Yeah, real. The American James O'Brien. Democracy is impossible under capitalism. I hate that goal. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. So self-important, he may as well get a bike pump and inflate himself to the moon. More pushback on CNN than David Pacman. Yeah, true.
On the other hand, you have a terrorist authoritarian group.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. No consequences for lying.
Oh, I see.
Saying it was Israel. And
oh, right. So, that's crazy that you got someone with no checks and balances for lying there, while you're spouting Zionist propaganda without any checks or balances for lying there. He's friends with a fantastic moron. He's friends with Molestany. I didn't know that. Yeah, but of course, because wasn't Density one of the guys that they found out he was getting funded by these guys, by Chorus, or was he exposed in the Bad Empanada video? Was it that progressive pack that was funding Xanderhal and Bonabox and all that shit? Yeah, I completely believe his mates with fucking Molestany. Progressive Victory Pack, that shit. Yeah. Is that the Molestany shit? Is this guy an APAC shill? Different paid shills. Right. Okay.
Don't believe that there's no consequences to lying. There are still members of Congress who on Monday tweeted Israel killed 500 people at a Gaza hospital.
Yeah, damn, dude. I wonder if it's anything to do with the fact that she's a Palestinian American and understands that Israel lies all the time. Yeah, man. It feels really good to see a progressive, so-called progressive guy talk down to a Palestinian. I love how he didn't even need to make up a derogatory nickname for Zanderhal. It's just such a cringe name, isn't it? It's just a cringe name. Like, he tried to... The one clip that I saw of him talking about me, he tried to be like, djmuel, why have all these people got numbers in their names? And I hadn't had a number in my name. It was literally in my Twitter handle, like djmu3l. I've been lurking. Is Lonerbox a shill? Lonerbox was funded by the Progressive Victory PAC, which was a charity set up to support the Democrats, yeah. All these PACs and dark money funds blur together. They may as well all be the same thing. Yeah, that's true. Loserbox. Yeah, exactly, Helgina. Yeah, Lonerbox is one of the biggest Zionist apologists in the entire world. He's also made videos about me, calling me an abuse apologist, for correctly stating that Zanderhal was in fact the one who abused his girlfriend and made her homeless.
Hospital. Now that it's
good stuff. He's a normal good guy.
Not deleted their tweets. Some of them have even doubled down. Right now, we have Democratic countries.
Oh no, yeah, real. Like retroactively finding out that they were getting paid after getting into a drama cycle with him is surreal. Listen, here's how it feels for me. Yeah, here's how it feels for me. In my Zanderhal video, yeah, in the video that I made about Zanderhal, one of the first things that I talk about is broad debate pervert world, right? The broad debate pervert world, and you know, I specifically said these guys unapologetically defend the Democrats and Joe Biden despite the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned during Joe Biden's term, and that the attacks on trans rights are all happening under Joe Biden's term, and he's doing nothing about it, and they all unapologetically shill for the Dems. And now, like, to me, it makes complete sense. I always thought, why is everyone defending this fucking little win-it loser idiot? Why is everyone defending him? He's got nothing. There's no benefit to him, to any of these people, to defend this guy from like a video. Like, my video would not have blown up in the way that it's got 80,000 views. And that's after everybody making a video saying it's the worst video ever made. This is the worst video ever made. This is disgusting. I can't believe this video is still getting views. This is crazy. People still fucking comment on it now, and it's mad to me. You know, it's 2 years old. It's going to be 3 years old. It's 3 years old. It's 3 years old. It's a 3-year-old video. 3 years. Wait, is it 3? No, it's 2. It's 2 because I did it in 2023, right? It was 2023. Anyway, whatever. No, because last year I didn't make. No, it's going to be 3 years. It is going to be 3 years. Oh my god, this is crazy, dude. This is crazy. It's a 3-year-old video. Yeah, it's wild. Absolutely wild. I can't remember what I was going to say now that I'm like thinking about it. Hello, Taverto. You still get reply guys doing that. I hope Zan's ex is doing all right these days. Yeah, she was clearly completely devoted to that guy and could not see that, you know, he was controlling her finances and made her homeless. Like, she was completely in denial about it. She even commented on my video saying this video doesn't deserve this many views. That's what I was saying. My video wouldn't have received that much attention if Density hadn't reacted to it. That was when I got all the shit. I didn't get any fucking shit until Destiny reacted to it and Vorsh. And that's when I started getting slurs, the F slur, and death threats in my inbox, and just on my posts. I just had multiple people telling me to kill myself, and that all happened after Destiny reacted to it. And it makes sense now. It's like, oh no, yeah, they all took massive umbrage with this because they were in fact getting paid by the Democrats to shill for the Democrats. I also remember that was another thing that I accused the debate perverts of, which was like, what was it? That they don't do activism. They don't fucking promote organizing or activism in any way. Like, they say that they're progressives, but they don't talk about queer people creating unions or like building power or black, supporting black people in building power. And in fact, they criticize black people who say that they want to build power, and they're just racist and shit. And then the response that I got to that particular point was like, Destiny and Vosh do stuff, all the time about activism. They get people to vote. They get people to vote. They get people to go and door knock for the Democrats. And I just remember, like, every single time someone would respond with that, I would say, that's not real activism. That's insane participation in electoral politics. You are giving your time and your money to an established fucking political party. What are you talking about? That's not fucking activism. It's activism in the sense that you're like, the state wants you to believe that it's activism. Because they're like, yeah, this will make a change. This will make a change. They demoted more in Georgia than anyone else. What is that, GA? I don't know what GA is. They demoted more in this state than anyone else. Right, it's just crazy. Yeah. Might be time to bring out the "Don't bully me, I'll come" memes. His community bred Vosh, exactly, yeah. Atlanta, Georgia, right. 5th place Omaha mayor candidate who had to disavow him. What? Fucking Destiny. That's so funny. That's great. Anyway, yes, I'm feeling vindicated. Yes, I'm feeling vindicated. These piece of shit fucking losers have been exposed for who they are, and it's funny as hell.
Influencer and digital strategist who has worked on Democratic campaigns.
Okay, I'm gonna make a TikTok out of that bit.
Biden White House once treated.
I'm milking that shit as much as possible.
Media. After influencers began questioning Biden on things like Gaza, the administration began playing favorites. She told me, quote, Biden's team is trying to say that they're handling influencers like the press. But the thing is, the press briefing room has to have Fox News no matter what. They have to allow all.
Is Lona Box Scottish?
When it comes to influencers, the Biden admin only lets in people who agree with them. Anyone else who gives a little
Doesn't he love Kier Starmer?
Is not welcome. This picking and choosing and trying to control the influencer landscape had stark consequences for Biden.
Yeah, exactly. The door knocking, it wasn't even for progressive candidates.
In the first 4 months of 2024,
he's Lebanese as in he's from Lebanon. Like he was born in Lebanon or he has Lebanese ancestry.
Biden content, according to Credo IQ, a social media analytics firm. Those posts collectively amassed over 100 million views.
I mean, he's got a British accent.
Content was from young, non-white creators who were talking about how Biden and the Democrats were out of step with the culture and what most young voters wanted. According to a 2024 Morning Consult poll, 2/3 of Gen Z voters, that's 67%, said that Biden's decision to back the TikTok ban.
Yeah, I thought he was Scottish Duke of Blonde. Yeah, also high.
Lie about COVID being over, approve new oil and gas drilling projects.
Yeah, he's without a shadow of a doubt a Rangers fan.
Issues made them unlikely to support him and left a sour taste in their mouths about Democrats. When Kamala Harris became the nominee after Biden dropped out in late July, things didn't improve much. The Harris campaign's influencer strategy was totally backwards.
He has to invite Fox News because that's his whole strategy. Biden's whole strategy is the same as Kier Starmer's fucking strategy. It's just like nightmare, stupid nonsense. Let's capitulate to the right. Oh, right-wing opinions, right-wing policy is very, very popular nowadays. Let's capitulate to the right. And again, like, Joe Biden deported far more people than Trump did in his previous term. And, people love to forget that shit, don't they? His dad was part of the political party that cooperated with Israel during the Civil War. He got out when it was over. Fucking hell. Of course, that's why he fucking loves Israel. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
Lies on the momentum
what the fuck?
Initially amassed from progressives online, the campaign shunned left-leaning content creators in favor of more controlled.
Bonerbox fucking bothered me for a debate for a while after I made that video. He was like, come on my stream and debate me. Come on my stream and debate me. Or at least debate Destiny.
media appearances. They sought to crack down on online speech and blacklisted content creators who had criticized
Debate this,
the
bro.
administration or Joe Biden.
Debate this.
The National Convention in Chicago initially accredited over 200 creators under their Creators for Kamala program, and even placed some on the convention floor. But the Harris campaign and Democratic establishment only admitted influencers who were already extremely loyal to the DNC.
That's crazy. He's got connections to the Lebanese forces. That's crazy.
Instead of embracing a wide range of creators on the left, including progressives, the Democrats built.
That's crazy, man.
The campaign once again blacklisted influencers who interviewed members of the uncommitted movement or spoke out about the war crimes that
the video was literally anti-debate, bro. I don't know why they thought I would ever debate them.
Content creators had
right, exactly.
Revoked mid-convention. Hassan Piker, the largest and arguably most culturally relevant influencer on the left, was initially invited to the convention, but after he interviewed delegates from the uncommitted movement, his access was revoked on stream. This approach
What? I didn't know that happened. I was deep in organizing when this was happening. What the fuck? That's crazy.
Younger voters who increasingly get their political news
that's right,
through authentic, unfiltered online voices. And it revealed a deep misunderstanding of how cultural legitimacy is earned in the digital era. The content that was produced under this strategy flopped hard.
And by the way, this money, you might as well have just dumped a whole heap of cow shit on it. Like, just get all this cash, put it in a big pile, and just shit and piss all over it. Because what has it done? What has it done? Like, it's just wild. I now understand where all of this absurd shit, like, we need a Joe Rogan of the left, came from. I now understand where that comes from. It makes complete sense. It was because Democrats were like, we need a Joe Rogan of the left, and we're going to spend money trying to get that. We're going to spend money, making our Gavin McGinnis, our yada yada. These people, it just kept people invested in electoralism. Like, such a waste of time. Like, it was the biggest criticism that I had of most leftist content creators. It's still one of the biggest criticisms that I have of most leftist content creators, is that they do not give people the tools with which to understand how to organize. And people might say, well, you don't do that either, Mule. You just say, go out and organize. Well, at least I'm doing that, right? At least I'm trying to say, hey, like, join a union. Go on fucking Google and search in your area and see if there's a tenants union. See if there's a trade union at your workplace. See if there's a pro-Palestine protest that you could go to. Like, literally just, like, go to your first protest. Like, I cannot stress enough, it is as simple as that. You go to your first protest, you'll be like, this was good, and then you'll go to a next protest and you'll be like, I remember you from the last one. What's your name? My name's Mule. This is the right, you do this. Oh, you do this other stuff. Oh, sick, right? So, saying we need a Joe Rogan of the left, like, there isn't already so many creators 1,000% better than anything Rogan puts out already is the issue. Yeah, capital won't fund it, exactly. Joe Rogan got his start because he got people on his show who were being funded by the Koch brothers. The Koch brothers got interested. I don't know if Joe Rogan got any Koch brothers money, but, they also, Joe Rogan's also had funding from other people. He's got a lot of money himself. It's like, come on, man. Like, we're talking about ruling class people. They're not going to fund a revolutionary movement. The closest thing that we got to it, by the way, was Mike Gravel. You all remember Mike Gravel? He's dead now. He was this old left-wing socialist politician, and he was like, we should make a YouTube channel that rivals PragerU. And they made it. And I think they still make videos. Yeah, the Gravel Institute. When was the last thing that they did? They did one? 3 years ago was the last one that they made. Oh, God, that's sad. Yeah, God, that is sad. Like, they were getting decent views. They were getting that. Like, this one's got fucking 1.8 million views. The police gangs of Los Angeles. That's great. That's ACAB content. You know? Amazon versus workers, 170,000 views. Prison Nation. Why America throws the poor in prison. Prison abolitionist content. That's great. Why profit is theft. 500,000 views. Do we really need a border wall? 200,000. You know, this is good stuff. Rest in peace, dude. You know, it's fucking sad. I might as well unsubscribe, right? Because what are they doing? I don't know, man. Lots of Richard Wolff explaining shit, yeah? Mamdani did a video on this channel 4 years ago about housing? What? No fucking way. Oh my god, he did. Oh my god, he did. Oh my god, he did. Right, well, we'll watch this later. It's 8 minutes. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Robert Reich on this channel too. They did this video about Abu Zubaydah, the fake terrorist America tortured. Right? This guy that they were just like, he's a terrorist. You know, I watched a bunch of these. I watched a bunch of these videos when they came out and shit. Madness, just absolute madness. Let's get back to this.
Hard. Harris's Call Her Daddy interview, which was heavily promoted as...
But I guess that proves my point, right? That these things have a limit and that they do not continue for as long as other things do. Like the reason that I continue is because the amount of dough that I make, do you know what I mean, from the stream is basically like, you know, it's a working class income, basically. It's actually less than minimum wage what I make on the stream, right? And it's topped up by my benefits. You know, and that's why I do it, because it's a lot better than going to my fucking benefits meeting and being like, hi, I've applied for 50 jobs this week and none of them have replied. And that's real, by the way. That's how bad the job market is at this point in time. And she just goes, yeah, okay, well, maybe do it better next time. Right? I keep going because it's like, this is what I do, but I've got limited reach. I get like maybe 35 average viewers, right, on this stream every week and stuff. And I'm growing a bit, but, you know, it's important to remember that actually, like, our power comes from consisting as a collective, as a whole, as like a bunch of us, right? You've got left-wing creators all over the shop. You know, I think, you know, some people are doing different stuff. Some people are doing other stuff. Rhizome is great. I love Rhizome. Hassan is great. I know lots of people have got criticisms of him. So have I. But I think broadly, I think that most people agree on everything. On a lot of stuff. Who else? There's just like a contingent of a bunch of people. You know, like the people I raid. The Surfs, Lance from the Surfs. Lux, E-Progressive, Kairos, Rob Rousseau, Dave Legend. You know, there's loads. There's just loads. Not enough gaming. Yeah, that's the biggest good criticism of Hassan, actually. I thought about making a persona online, going full MAGA asshole for cash and just not actually believe it, but then I'd want to jump a power line if I did, so that's a no-go. Yeah, I mean, that's normal. No Justice, yeah, Helena, absolutely. Absolutely. David, as I mentioned, 27 Club. You know, there's a lot of good left-wing content creators out there, and I think that that's what it is. I think that, like, you know, Struggle 4 as well, like Marcus in Struggle 4, he's great. Mooncat's great, absolutely. Yeah, I got a lot of time for Mooncat. I really felt I was unemployed that the people working at the job center were there because they couldn't get a job anywhere else. They were so unhelpful. Yeah, the same. Yeah, 1000%.
Major moment to reach young audiences.
Tom's a bit of a lib, but he's all right.
Instead of viral moments, the campaign had centrist Democrat influencers with no organic audience.
Kevin Logan too, Helena's twin streamer.
Avoiding
no comment.
Issues that people actually
Hello, Monkey Sputum.
Meanwhile, Harris passed.
Sean's great. I love Sean. Yeah, Sean the Black's great.
Where they were truly engaged. She bombed so badly on a potential appearance on Kareem Rama's Subway Takes that the video didn't even get posted. She also failed to land an appearance on Joe Rogan. The Democrats funneled resources into glossy but lifeless content that just did not resonate with anyone outside of the DC consultant class. The DNC lauded Beltway-adjacent safe content creators with small audiences, while dismissing genuinely influential figures on the left. The result was an influencer strategy that completely squandered cultural capital and reinforced the perception that Harris was a manufactured and out-of-touch candidate. Throughout all of this, Trump was busy endearing
Fucking Theo Von, man. Fucking Theo Von.
himself to
that's another thing. The right has a bunch of Joe Rogans. It doesn't just have Joe Rogan. It's got a bunch of Joe Rogans. You've got fucking Full Send podcast losers interviewing Netanyahu and fucking... Even Joe Rogan, yeah? Even Joe Rogan wouldn't interview Bibi. But Full Send were like, yeah, get modern Hitler on the show. Get today's Hitler on the show. Let's do it. Right? Crazy, man. Just fucking crazy.
millions via freewheeling conversations with popular live streamers and podcasters.
There he is.
He went viral on podcasts like the Nelk Boys, Full Send, and Theo Von. On November 5th, 2024, Kamala Harris lost. Trump won the popular vote, and the Democratic Party's abject failings could no longer be ignored. McKenna Kelly, a journalist for Wired and
Yeah, I mean, but they are being ignored, aren't they? They just are. Like, come on, let's be real. Let's be real.
undeniably the single best reporter covering the intersection of politics and the internet, memorialized the Democrats' failed strategy in a 2024 piece titled, quote, "The Year the Democrats Lost the
The failings of the Democratic Party can't be ignored, but they're doing a good job of it, aren't they?
Internet." Media Matters founder David Brock, a staunch Democrat, told McKenna, quote,
"Challenge accepted." Yeah, literally. Everyone in the DNC was like, challenge accepted. Get Hakeem Jeffries in there. Get JB Pritzker in there. Get fucking Gavin Newsom on the go. Hell yeah, man. Fucking, is this even a real tweet that Gavin Newsom did the other day? Did anyone see that shit where he was like posting like Trump? Did anyone see that? Richie Torres, nothing person, Richie Torres. You know? Yeah, it's the liberal ratchet in it, Monkey Sputum. Yeah. Like, I just think it's so insane. It's just, it's crazy making. It's like, let's not look at any of the reasons that people said that they didn't vote for us. For example, the Q plus AI shit. Yeah, all that stuff, Raven Payne. Yeah. You saw that, Mr. Dang. Everyone said it was undignified. It was undignified, but this motherfucker doesn't care. He does not care. Like, Newsom is just like, I'm gonna be the anti-Trump. I'm going to be dark woke anti-Trump, but he's not dark woke because he hates trans people. He doesn't give a fuck about trans people. He doesn't give a fuck about cops or, how evil cops are. He doesn't give a fuck about homeless people. He's literally like, I've enacted policies today to murder 500 homeless people an hour. And everyone's like, very good, very good. The DNC are just like, this is great. This guy should be president. He should run for president. And you've got fucking JB Pritzker, who's like, I earn $2.5 billion, and that's what's in my bank account. I think that I should be the president. The DNC are like, yeah, sweet. That's good. That's what the people want. That's what the people want. People want that. Another billionaire. And he also looks a bit like Trump. Like, he just has a Trump vibe. When I introduced him to Sophie... When I said, Sophie, do you know who JB Pritzker is? She Googled him and went, he's bad to see. He is bad to see. Like Trump. I just, crazy. Hakeem Jeffries, let's go. Great. Andrew Cuomo, put him the primary for New York mayor. Great stuff. Crazy shit. Absolutely crazy shit.
Absolutely collapsed with the Democratic Party's brand online. People who don't care about politics don't like us. People who care about and work in politics.
Oh, I don't even think Starmer gives a fuck about any of that.
We are seen as completely out of touch. And as more folks turn to unconventional methods to get their news and media, we are set up for a colossal failure going forward without a strategy shift. For months,
And I see on his timeline, his followers spread that shit.
Donors and liberal political
Maybe he deleted
bemoaned
it.
their lack of support online. The Democrats were finally forced to confront the reality that the media landscape had shifted. In an article I wrote about Trump's win for The Hollywood Reporter, I found that by late 2024, by nearly every
No, that's right,
metric,
Katrina.
legacy media was in decline. Average monthly unique visitors to websites for the country's top 50 newspapers declined 20% to under 9 million in the fourth quarter of 2022.
It's also incredibly telling that they do the same thing that Labour do. Like, when Kier Starmer won the leadership, he got all of these policy fucking analysis, like electorate analyses, loser, briefcase dickheads to advise him on what his approach should be. And they were like, you lost the red wall voters because of Brexit. The Labour Party lost the red wall voters because of Brexit, which is true. But not necessarily because they were racist, just because people were sick of hearing about it, and Labour's idea of a second referendum, which was championed by Kier Starmer, was something that people were like, this is stupid. We should just do Brexit now. It's ridiculous. We all voted for it. We don't want to be part of Europe. We just want to be the UK. And again, Jeremy Corbyn supported Brexit because there's a lot of left-wing reasons to not be part of the European Union. And it's crazy. It's just crazy that Kier Starmer's whole thing was, no. Actually, it's because they're all racist. It's because everyone in the North is racist. And that's what you should do. You should be racist. You should have racist policies. You should just be reactionary, but have a little bit of leftism in there to not lose the people who voted for Labour last time. That'll be great. Yeah? You know? A massive bunch of the Red Wall voters didn't give a fuck about free movement of people due to being too skint to gallivant around Europe. Exactly. It was Westminster-focused policy, which completely alienated people in the North, even people in the Midlands, right? You know, crazy shit. Eddie Dempsey and Mitt Lynch were supporting Leave at the time. It just makes sense. It makes sense because if you have a huge, unaccountable, set of fucking government, like look at Ursula von der Leyen now. Like the main thing, if we were still part of the EU, the main thing that people in Britain would be talking about is about how we should influence the EU to, stop Ursula von der Leyen from just funding Israel willy-nilly. I mean, a lot of us are saying that, but we don't have a say in it anymore. Obviously, we're focusing on Kier Starmer, and we probably would still be focusing on Kier Starmer anyway. But if you think about, how we relate to the EU, like, look at what the EU is doing. It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy. The left of the Labour Party were against joining the EC. I mean, it's just like a bad vibe. It's like you can't. Yeah, it's trying to create a power block, an imperialist power block, and most people saw it as that. And that has been proven by the fact that we still have trade with the EU. We can't negotiate as much as we used to be able to, but there's nothing to say that we couldn't negotiate with other countries that people have been scared of, so-called evil socialist countries in the past, Anyway. I was opposed to leaving, but only because I knew we'd get fucked by losing our veto in the world's largest trading bloc. It made no sense. I mean, for me, it was like, we're going to have a Tory government, probably, right? Well, we had a Tory government at the time, and I was like, they're going to remove us from the European Convention on Human Rights. And I don't want that, right? That was my whole thing. I was like, the Tories are going to remove us from the European Convention on Human Rights, and that's good. No, it's bad for that to happen. So that's why the EU is good for now in a pragmatic sense. And I was hopeful that a Jeremy Corbyn post-Brexit UK was going to be fine, which was why I supported Jeremy Corbyn, because I was like, oh, he won't do that. And he'll make the European Court on, he'll make the Equalities, the Equalities and Human Rights Commission in the UK, the EHRC, better. Because that's the kind of shit that he would want, right? Do you know what I mean? I was also worried about rolling back all the food and environmental standards. Yeah, I mean, that's something to be worried about in a Tory government, right? That's something to be worried about under a Tory government. But now I understand why lots of left-wing people voted leave. Like, I completely understand it. And I'm not, it was a stupid argument to have. And you still have these fucking idiots who are like FBP losers who are like, rejoin the EU. And it's like, nothing is that. You are dreaming. These people think that, when we left the EU, that's when everything bad happened. You are stupid. You are a fucking plank. What are you on about? I work for a German-owned company. I didn't want it to be harder for us to import parts from the EU. Right. Yeah. Weird how it didn't stop all the bloody immigrants like Farage claimed. Yeah. Well, there's that too as well. Like, there was a certain amount of Brexit voters who voted because they were racist, and Nigel Farage was like, we should leave the EU because of all that. But really, the actual fact of the matter is that Farage wanted us to leave the EU so we could create the UK... create a tax haven in the UK, and that is what he wants to do now. That is his whole shtick with reform, right?
Comscore data, the amount of time people are.
Anyway, we're getting so far away from this dark money dem shit. I mean, I guess we're not. We're talking about politics, right? Newsom just called Trump a socialist. Which one? Was it this one? You got a link for it? Yeah, hit me up in the chat. You'll be able to post it. Libs wetting their knickers at that. Yeah, what the fuck is going on? Maybe he wasn't allowed to post this from the governor account. This can't be real, dude. This can't be real. What a world are we living in, man? Look at him. Look at him. He looks like, what's his face? What's the snake guy? Snake boss, Elden Ring. He looks like that guy. You know what I mean? God devouring serpent. This guy? Rykar. This is him. This is Gavin Newsom. We will devour the gods together.
The hostility to him is quite high, correct?
Of course. Of course, because of
why
some
is
of his,
that?
well, for obvious reasons, some of his views. And there's a lot of anxiety around those views. And they could be on issues related to domestic policy as it relates to, socializing, grocery stores, et cetera. It could be on national policy.
Trump intel.
What the fuck are you talking? Wait. What did you say?
They could be on issues related to
him is quite high, correct?
Of course. Of course, because of
why
some
is
of his,
that?
well, for obvious reasons, some of his views. And there's a lot of anxiety around those views. And they could be on issues related to domestic policy as it relates to, socializing, grocery stores, et cetera. It could be on national policy.
Trump intel. In Trump intel, the comparison is very obvious that you just made.
Yeah, no,
correct.
And we need to make that point over and over and over. I mean, I remember, wasn't Jeff Bezos out there yelling and screaming that Biden doesn't understand, capitalism? I mean, this guy is completely perverted capitalism, Donald Trump. It's crony capitalism. It's whatever, you pay him off, give him a phone call. I mean, these illegal tariffs, which we're also in court on, all the things.
Yeah. Capitalism's only evil when Donald Trump does it. Yeah, man. Yeah. Crony capitalism. That's the evil stuff. By which method do you think cronyism happens? By which method or mode of production do you think cronyism is allowed to occur and encouraged? Because cronyism is when people in power give government contracts to wealthy people who run corporations due to their connections or business influence. And what allows them to have business influence? It's capital. And what mode of production do you think allows them to acquire capital? Socialism? You you, Plank, do you think we are stupid? This is crazy. Joe Biden's looking rough. The first part has to be about Mamdani nationalizing grocery stores. It has to be, yeah. Has to be. Yeah, he sounds like shit. He's developing the RFK Jr. voice. I've thought this for a while. Gavin Newsom is like very red, right? No, he does think we're all stupid. You're right, Ash. Actually, that was a stupid question for me. He does think that we're fucking stupid. I've thought this for a while, ever since I saw Gavin Newsom talking about the LA protests and ICE out of LA and all this stuff. I think there's maybe one of two things happening here, right? He's politically very red as well. Nice. I think one or two things is happening here. I think Gavin Newsom is either, you know, a complete chauvinist and he just has a bad diet and he's got very high blood pressure, and he also probably like loves RFK Jr. secretly but doesn't want to talk about it. I think he's reactionary in a lot of ways, and I think he does admire reactionaries, and I think that probably he is gargling colloidal silver or some shit, because if you look at him, he's going like kind of a kind of purple, right? He's not just going red, he's going a kind of purple. And the second thing that I think could be happening is that I think that Gavin Newsom maybe spends a good portion of his day on a private beach smoking hella weed and listening to Joe Rogan. I think it's one or two things, because I think both of those things would lead to this look and this voice. Like someone in the chat said he looks like, yeah, Willada said he looks like he's crying. He's just got hella red eye. He's got the most red eye that anyone's ever seen in their life. He has to put eye drops in before this meeting because he's just chonging huge fuckheads. You know what I mean? He's got his own podcast compound. It could be long COVID. He's got long COVID. Do you think he's not vaccinated? He's got the complexions of a Piccadilly Gardens spice enthusiast. I would argue that Piccadilly Gardens spice enthusiasts look far better than this.
Things that are happening in this
Personally.
country. It's just perverse that they could be shaping the Democratic Party in the context of the socialist brand, when in fact this guy is the leading nationalist and socialist of our time, Donald Trump.
He's the leading nationalist and socialist of our time. He didn't say Nazi, he said nationalist and socialist, which is a thing that Nazis say about communists and about the Nazis, to be like, no, actually, the Nazis in Germany were socialists. I'm not hating on eye drops. I got eye drops right here, man. You know? Mango Mussolini is a socialist. RFK brainworm confirmed. Yeah, it is. It is, isn't it? It is. He's got the RFK brainworm, the actual brain in his worm. The actual brain in his worm. And the brain of that worm is sitting inside Gavin Newsom's head, pulling the levers and going, say this, say this. Right? Crazy. It's... Oh, Gavin Newsom.
Spending consuming legacy media content is getting shorter every single year. The influencer economy, however, is skyrocketing. It's set to surpass $500 billion by 2027, according to a recent Goldman Sachs report.
Now's the best time to try me the Joe Rogan of the left, folks. Cha-ching!
40% of consumers trusted content creators more than
Apple
they did
Chips.
6 months ago, according to a report by Sprout Social. And since that report was published, the numbers have
Good one, Willada, yeah. Somebody tell the brainworms if there's no more humans, they don't have any food anymore,
the
yeah.
Democratic establishment continues to cling to, liberals convinced themselves that they only had a messaging problem. They began crowing online about how
This is it. I knew she was going to bring this up.
left Joe Rogan. Quote, liberals need to build their own Joe Rogan. Somebody who can speak to the people that he speaks to, the Nation's Elie Mystal posted on X. The lesson that many Democrats seem to have taken from their stunning loss in November was just more podcasts. A slew of DC political consultants, many with zero experience in the influencer industry, recognized an opportunity. Soon, organizations began sprouting up and soliciting millions of dollars from donors. The billionaire and millionaire donors that Democrats are so reliant on were seeing headlines about the party's failed influencer strategy.
Yeah.
And they wanted to put money towards changing
that. Dismay with Democrats led to distrust is true, and the New York Times is garbage. It's crazy that the New York Times is like, yeah, this is the take, and it's a correct take. Like, in what world are you saying, yes, we are creating a party for you, yeah? We're creating a party for you. We're gonna do things like housing. We're going to do things like wages. We're going to do things like, you know, just anything for the working class of America. But the Democrats were like, nah. And also, we're going to keep bombing this fucking extremely oppressed people. We're going to keep funding this belligerent satellite imperialist state to murder a entire race of people, right? Hello, harmless monkey. How are you?
But they also had no clue about how the internet works. The mainstream media, as usual, only made things worse. Instead of accurately explaining to readers that the Democrats' platform itself was the problem, traditional news outlets convinced a lot of rich people that if Kamala Harris had simply paid the right Twitch streamers or done a podcast or two more, she would have won. So it's into this climate that these
this is crazy.
A lot of rich people that if Kamala Harris had simply paid the right Twitch streamers or done a podcast or two more, she would have won.
Just one more podcast, bro. Just please, just one more podcast. Please, trust me, bro. Just one more podcast. That'll seal the deal. That'll win us the election. Just one more podcast.
It's into this climate that these nonprofits and consultancies start to emerge. One of the most high-profile ones is a nonprofit called Chorus. Chorus launched with a splashy profile in the New York Times, written by journalist Shane Goldberger.
Who is saying this? Who is saying
Chorus
this?
Billed itself as a nonprofit advocacy organization and creator-led hub dedicated to helping independent media figures expand their reach and push democratic policy. Chorus also positioned itself as a quasi.
There are still white men who don't have podcasts. That's very true. Yeah, that's very true.
But for liberal creators. According to a pitch deck that I obtained, Chorus claimed that it wanted to change how progressive content creators operate by providing ongoing stability, resources, and support that
it is LinkedIn bullshit. Yeah,
commentators.
That's exactly what it is.
I'd love to know how legacy journalists have that kind of support, but that's another issue. Chorus said that it would, quote, leverage the tenets of its cohort to help creators hyperscale their audiences and break through across platforms and genres. It also said that it would, quote, recruit, train, and support high-impact content creators who want to elevate essential issues and bring news into the cultural space.
Okay, this is crazy if you know some of the details of this. They're talking about high-impact content creators. There were some people, yeah? There were some people that this Chorus group funded who were getting 164 views. And they were paying these fuckers $8,000 a month. Like, you can just say anything, right? That you could just say what you could just do in this world. You could just like, oh yeah, here's a business, and we help shape political thought in America. We're a focus group, and we're yeah, sick. I cannot imagine, like, you know, some of my videos on my second channel have more views than that. Most of my videos on my second channel that I started like fucking 2 months ago have more views than that. I can get more views than that on $5,000 a month. Give me $2,000 a month. Give me fucking $2,000 a month. That's like a normal wage, and I could get more viewers than that.
It would do this through
the reason that they were getting no viewers is because they were making content that was like, oh, Joe Biden is so sick, right? Joe Biden is so sick. He's amazing. No one wants to watch that, right? Crazy. Fucking crazy. Nothing makes something more ground roots than a guy in a suit telling others how to talk to dock workers. Mental. Yeah, burning money. Hey, Confero, how are you? It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
Financial support and shared resources like studio space, editors, researchers, bookers, and legal and fact-checking services.
They mentioned Brian Tyler Cohen there. Message support and cohesion will be critical. Mega creator Brian Tyler Cohen will give regular messaging guidance to ensure a chorus of voices speaking out about the same thing at the same time. So Brian Tyler Cohen was essentially the conductor of this train. He was like, okay, everyone, this is what you say. Like, when someone has an audience like Brian Tyler Cohen, of course, he's going to maintain a similar amount of views that he gets on a regular basis, even if he shills for the Democrats, you know, in an unabashed and depraved manner, because he is a mega creator, right? Isn't he just a late night host? I mean, like, he's a YouTuber. Isn't he maybe legal eagle? Brian Tyler Cohen. Who is he? Oh no, he's not legal eagle. Brian Tyler Cohen YouTube. Yeah, he's got like 4.7 million followers on YouTube. He's just a YouTuber. He's the most like fucking inane YouTuber that you'll ever see as well. It's like wearing a suit like this in a studio like that. He obviously like, when was this? A year ago? This is when he started getting the dough, you know?
Space, editors, researchers, bookers, and legal and fact-checking services. Chorus boasted that the brand was able to amass 50,000 followers on social media accounts, and that it
I got this guy confused with Pac-Man. They're all the same. They're all the same, Emmy. Also, hi, welcome in.
4,000
millions of subs from no one.
Its mission. From the beginning,
Burton shop window mannequin, exactly.
Totally aligned with the Democratic establishment. In January, Chorus bragged that the organization was the first to host a, quote, creator-led forum for the Democratic Party chair candidates. That same month, Chorus announced a partnership with Impactual LLC, a centrist Democrat consulting firm with deep ties to the Democrat donor space. The content creators that Chorus initially touted as being part of its founding group also included several holdovers from the Creators for Kamala days. But as Chorus's fundraising deck made it around to donors, it also ended up in the hands of some big-time talent agents and managers that represented or knew some of the less pro.
I'm just going to grab some water, chat.
Featured in the deck. Some agents balked at their clients being included in a fundraising deck without their prior knowledge. And other anti-establishment or pro-Palestine creators who had never signed up to be part of Chorus were confused and angered that their images were being used to raise potentially millions of dollars without their consent. In addition to the fundraising deck, the faces of several influencers were also featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath a giant donate button. Users who clicked the donate button were taken to a fundraising page that read, quote, supporting Chorus means supporting independent online voices and building the next era for online news and conversation. But donations made via that page did not go directly towards the creators pictured. Multiple influencers featured on Chorus's website were frustrated that they were included on the page and used to solicit small dollar donations without their consent. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staffer Kat Abugazaya, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her approval. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for fundraising and marketing purposes. When I asked
That's crazy.
Chorus about this back in April, Chorus's co-founder, Brian Tyler Cohen, issued a statement through his comms director saying, quote, Chorus came together quickly on a few Zoom calls with creators after November, and we've been running at full sprint since.
Yeah, that seems so sustainable and good. That seems so sustainable and smart. What a smart business decision that was. We did a Zoom call. We did a few Zoom calls with creators after the Dems lost the election and were panicking and were saying to us, hey, we've given you a lot of money. We've given you a lot of money. Can you do something about that? And then they were like, right, okay, let's run at full speed into nothing. Yeah? Hey, trans women, how are you?
As a creator, I would never want to put another creator in a difficult position for any reason. And we removed Kat when she asked.
Yeah, but they didn't though, right?
A progressive creator who was featured on Chorus's website below the donate button said that the company must have just taken an image of her off social media. She said, quote, I did not even know that I was on this website. I am not financially tied to them at all. V Sphere, known as Under the Desk News, who has over 3.6 million followers on TikTok, told me, quote, I'm not in any collective at all. That's my problem with the way it went down. I don't think anyone should be pitching me other than me. What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media. Chorus's effort to act as a bridge between creators and political leaders ruffled the feathers of
Brian Tyler Cohen, rumored to be a Destiny orbiter. I mean, yeah, like, sure, I believe it. All these guys did the same thing, right? All these guys they all supported the same thing. They all got money from the Democrats from like a shadowy fucking dark fund of money, a shadowy progressive victory pack, you know?
Influencer management companies and talent agencies as well, whose job it is to negotiate opportunities for their talent. Representatives for big name creators told me that they felt like Chorus was luring their clients with promises of access to political leaders, quote, then they go to a bunch of donors who don't know anything about the creator space except that we need a left
with USB mics
wing Joe Rogan, and they raise money from them. These are dollars that belong to the creators, the marketer said. Another representative at a major Hollywood agency who asked to remain anonymous told me that Chorus, quote, has no respect for how the entertainment industry works. They think they're smarter than the agents and the agencies. You can get away with that in the short term, but they're going to get the party blackballed. There are only so many times that agents will allow some middleman to take ad dollars from our entertainers before they're like, F these people. And they're getting very close to that. After I reached out to Chorus for comment about all of this back in April, Chorus sent an email blast out to the creators in their network reading, quote, some reporters are reaching out to creators about Chorus and it seems with not great intentions. To me, this set off immediate red flags. As a journalist, anytime you reach out for comment about something and the company or organization immediately starts smearing you, especially when they're bad-mouthing you to people who have nothing to do with the story, claiming that you have not great intentions, you know that there's more to that story. Let me just also say that claiming journalists whose job it is to challenge power, investigate wrongdoing, and report on news happening on their beats have some sort of bad intentions is really poor form. The job of a journalist is to be annoying. It's to piss people off. And especially to piss off people in power and to hold organizations to account. So I kept digging and talking to creators. I spoke to several creators who attended an early Chorus activation at the Capitol for Trump's joint address to Congress. The influencers were brought to the Capitol by Chorus to create content promoting Democratic messaging. It was marketed to the liberal content creators as an opportunity to interview members of Congress. But when they showed up, it became apparent that Chorus hadn't actually booked interviews for anyone aside from Brian Tyler Cohen, who co-founded Chorus. One creator who attended the event told me, quote, it was essentially go to the Rayburn building and go trick-or-treating for interviews. It was so embarrassing and it didn't put us in the position to make good content. After knocking on the doors of lawmakers' offices
What are you talking about, Croker, harmless monkey? What are you talking about, dog? You said that first chat message, I ignored it, and then you said severe, and then you third chat message. What do you mean, Croker? What the fuck are you talking about, man?
announced, the group of creators was able to generate content that ultimately garnered over 53 million collective views. But afterwards, they were asked to submit that content that they created to Chorus in order to get their travel costs reimbursed. This irked the creators, who felt like Chorus now wanted to use...
It's the croak at the end of vocalized sentences. You mean vocal fry. You understand that I do that, right? You understand that that's a thing that I do. I just did it. No, I don't need to listen. I know what you're talking about. But it's just wild that you're like focusing on that, and that's like a thing that I do. Like, okay. Yeah, people have vocal fry, and what?
Content to put into a deck.
What's your point?
In order to show the Democrats who hired Chorus how successful
it's an affectation, phony. How is it phony? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Some people just have different fucking voices. Imagine having to live with drinking water. It's not natural, adopted. I don't think it is. I don't think it is adopted, dude. I think it is natural for a lot of people. And I think you're getting like you're getting frustrated by a phenomenon that seems to be overwhelmingly targeted against women. It seems to be that is something that is overwhelmingly targeted against women. And the fact that you also all right, dude, see you later. Yeah, bye, man. All right.
In reality, the creators
that's how you respond. No worries, dude. No worries. That's what happens.
Me, quote, "It was Chorus's first test as a collective, and I wasn't there, but it didn't look like it went so well. Creators made good content, but they would have made that content with..."
It wasn't just that, chat. Just to be clear, this person had also said earlier, Karl Marx was woke, so been keeping an eye on that guy for a while.
Without Chorus. Through a spokesperson, Brian Tyler Cohen responded to me saying, quote, "While not everyone who went to DC with Chorus had the same experience, this trip led to dozens of interviews and posts that generated an audience more than 50% bigger than the speech itself."
True, actually. Yeah, true.
That an organization only a few months old had that kind of impact, and we're iterating so the experience...
I'm more concerned with Taylor just especially the concept that some journalists approach issues as an agenda, yeah.
Even bigger next time. But a few months later, influencers began reaching out to me again about Chorus. They told me about a new creator program that the organization was recruiting people for. I was interested, and so I started...
The old adagio of being vocal fry being okay for man but bad for woman. Well, that's it, right? Like, that's why I said to him straight away, I was like, I have vocal fry. I've looked up what vocal fry is. You know, I've heard people speak about it, and it's like, it's when your voice has a... you know, literally when I did then, like, it happened, you know. This is funny because I do actually get annoyed with your vocal fry. Okay. But I was fine with hers. Yeah, what is the problem with vocal fry? It's crazy. You know who else? You know who has? What even is it? Can you explain it? So vocal fry is when the distance between your vocal flaps in the back of your throat gets more distant with certain phrases. So if I were to go vocal fry, that would be an example of exaggerated vocal fry. That, yeah, you can hear it kind of going like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's a thing that sets some people off, but, you know, some people will indeed be like, I hate it when women talk like that. And it's only women. They never hate it when men talk like that. You know? And I do have vocal fry. I don't have it as extreme as like... Yeah, like Morgan Freeman's got like a lot of that affectation. And Pee Wee Herman is another great example, right? No one ever says that Pee Wee Herman having vocal fry is bad. It's always women. My mum does it. My mum fucking does it because my stepbrother's got his wife is from Florida, and she has vocal fry. And my mum's like, she always does this really exaggerated version of what she says, like, "Oh, I just don't want to do that." And it's like, this is crazy that you're being like this about her. When your son has like kind of that, but for a guy, you know what I mean? She's not so bad, Mr. Dank. She's a Zionist, but she's not so bad.
Before long,
Karl Marx was woke with vocal fry and he was lazy.
Influencers were discussing whether to take advantage.
No, exactly, Ash. That's why it was so fucking annoying that that person brought it up and was like continuing to going on about it. And also, I want to talk about the croaker thing. I want to talk about the guy saying croaker, right, as a word, right? Have you all you've all heard the term clanker at the moment? It's a supposed new acceptable slur for AI, right? But when you hear people defend it, it's like pretty obvious that they just want to say the N-word, and that right wingers have started using it as a replacement for the N-word that they can just say. This is a real thing that's fucking happening. And you know, croaker gives me that kind of vibes. Like, it's 2 syllables, it has an ER, right? Croaker, clanker. Come on, man.
Of an enticing opportunity. As I write in one, influencers were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract, which was sent to them from Chorus,
Vocal fry is always hot. That's correct, Mia. The correct take.
Debated the
PM
Triox
Triox.
whether or not to try to collectively bargain for changes in the contract.
Constant rebranding, it must be tiring. And not just constant rebranding, but constant rebranding because they are cowards. Because they are cowards. It's that one clip. Who was the guy that did this? Delroy Lindo.
I see racism against whites every day, every single day, yet I'm a racist for pointing that out?
Adrian, what's your take?
Take on what?
What Chuck just said. Is racism just a one-way street?
I think that's his opinion.
Look at your firm, Adrian. You get the benefit of no bid contracts because you're an African-American firm. Now, as a white lawyer, what am I supposed to think of that?
I don't know.
I think Chuck is pointing out a double standard here, Adrian. I mean, take hip-hop. We've talked about this on the show before. You have African-American rappers saying N-word this and N-word that, but a Caucasian can't.
So say it.
Say what?
Say the word you want to say.
I'm not saying that I want to say it. I'm just saying that I can't.
Sure you can. Say it. Say it right now. I will say it with you.
I will say it with you.
Columbus, Ohio, with over
Quality clip.
884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group,
It might be a skit. I don't know.
quote, should we send a joint email?
Is it real? The Delroy Lindo thing? It's a bit. It's a bit from The Good Fight. Yeah. It's a bit. It's not real. But it's true though, right? The Good Fight. The show's called The Good Fight. Yeah.
Or are we just going to send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Eliza Orlins, a public defender and reality TV star, posted, quote, any Newsies fans here? We're a union just by saying so. A reproductive justice influencer named Perry, who posts under the handle @WomenInAmerica, posted in the thread, quote, reading through this revised chorus contract like, you win some, you lose some. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change. Laughing face. But the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. Erin Parnas, a Gen Z news influencer who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite, posted to the chat, quote, I don't feel strong.
The Gen Z Walter Cronkite. Who is that? The Gen Z Walter Cronkite. An American broadcast journalist who served as an anchorman for the CBS Evening News. Why do people do that? His mum specifically is the one who called him that. Who called him that? That would be like, what would that be like? I'm struggling to find like a comparison. Like, what Walter Cronkite is this guy? If you don't know, I've never seen him in my life. I've never seen him in my fucking life. I don't know who this guy is. LibJournos live in a bizarre reality. What is this? He used to be called the most trusted man in America. I bet he lied loads. I bet he did loads of lies. I bet he did Iraq War apologia and all that shit like the rest of them.
About pushing, to be honest.
Okay, yeah. If he like supported the Democrats and this, that, and the other, makes sense, right?
Regards to the contract. Quote, they aren't going to modify it anymore.
He signed off, that's the way the cookie crumbles, right?
Influencers who made up the chat have millions
like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, this guy was born in 1916, Walter Cronkite. Why would you want to be known as the Gen Z Walter Cronkite? Reported in Vietnam and reported the government's stance. He was not on TV by the time Iraq happened, right? Yeah, it's crap.
Collective followers and are some of the biggest names online posting in support of the Democrats. In the end, the majority of creators in the chat ended up signing the deal. I found out that the secretive program that the influencers were discussing in that chat is actually a massive new initiative. The goal of this new influencer program is to try to tip the balance of power on the internet towards the Democrats. And the program is being funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund that is working with Chorus. The 1630 Fund is distributing as much as $8,000 per month to influencers. The program kicked off last month, and the creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part.
This is mental.
As a public-facing initiative, however, where creators could openly and transparently use the funds to invest in their businesses, the program is being run in secret. Creators told me that if they were even so much as to acknowledge they were part of the program, the contract stipulated that they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially. Influencers included in communication and an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund include Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the DNC last summer.
Centrist Gen Z influencer is one of the most cursed things I've ever heard in my entire life. You might as well be a chicken that is pro-farmer. You might as well be a chicken that is pro-abattoir. Like, what is happening? What is fucking going on? Do you want to sell out your future? Then be a milquetoast liberal.
Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro-DNC meme account. Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal. Sander Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer.
He looks like Justin Trudeau. What's Justin Trudeau doing here?
Jazz Jennings, David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics, Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, Lauren Pietra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for the Occupy Democrats, and dozens of others. According to copies of the contract that I obtained,
Regina George is the villain in Mean Girls. That's right. She's like the evil person that writes things in... She has like a book, or is that Lindsay Lohan? I can't remember. Anyway, Regina George... That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. Why? I'm the... I don't know. It's the burn book, right? She has the burn book. That's what I'm... She's like, I'm going to put people in the burn book. And in fact, that was what a couple of debate perverts used to say about people that they would target. They would say, let's burn X, Y, Z. Anyway, whatever, man.
Are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or thus functionally that they're being paid at all. Here, I'm just going to quote a bit directly from my Wired piece.
I bet it annoys Pac-Man that his name gets auto-subtitled as Pac-Man. Who's the more popular Pac-Man? To me, it's the little yellow guy. It's the little yellow face with a big mouth. Absolutely.
financing opportunity this spring. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help, quote, expand their reach and impact, creators told me. Following the initial...
I can't get over how similar that guy looks to Justin Trudeau. I genuinely can't. I genuinely can't get over how similarly he looks like he is Justin Trudeau if he was born when this guy was born. It's crazy. It's crazy. Sorry. I was just thinking, I was like, that's mental that he's looking like that. Anyway, whatever.
Fully collaborate with Chorus and political leaders express concern about some stipulations within the contract. According to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with long...
No offense, but that might be the closest to a boomer take that you've said. Pac-Man unfortunately has no sway anymore. What do you mean, sway? What sway do you think Pac-Man ever had? Namco could revive him if they wanted. Oh, you mean gamer-wise? Look, every gamer should be a communist. You know this.
And political leaders through Chorus.
It was more of an insult to Pac-Man. It was more of an insult to David Pac-Man. I was trying to insult David Pac-Man by saying, did you think I mean Pac-Man? No! I know that you mean Pac-Man, the video game character, because you're referring to what I said. I mean, I was trying to insult David Pac-Man by saying Pac-Man is more popular than him, because in my eyes, he is. I know of Pac-Man more than David Pac-Man.
Creators also have to loop Chorus
Jesus Christ.
Independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. One creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named told me, quote, if I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with Chorus. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to have to give that to them. The contract also prohibits standard partnership disclosures,
whoever that was,
that creators will, quote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program, quote, without Chorus's prior express consent. It also forbids creators from, quote, disclosing the identity of any funder and gives Chorus the ability to force creators to remove
Pac-Man's first name is Mohammed, not David? Wait, what?
Or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, told creators on a Zoom call that I obtained a copy of, quote, there are some real advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit. It gives us the ability to raise money.
What are you on about? Middle Earth Marxist. He changed his name. What? You are taking the piss. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm going immediately to his like early life section. He doesn't have one on his fucking thingy. Oh, early life. Mohammed Pac-Man, I mean, not David Pac-Man. The joke being they have different first names. Oh, sorry, right, okay.
Disclosure or public disclaimer. You know, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on reports filed with the FEC. I reached out to the Federal Election Commission about all of this, and they declined to comment. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. In a new weekly series titled Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through liberal political wins.
What wins did the Democrats have at this point in time? What would this be, like December last year? January this year? Like, what wins are they talking about?
Caption read, follow these creators, bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling. There is zero disclosure from any of these creators on this post or others that they are part of this program or accepting money.
Federal judge halts indiscriminate immigration stops in Los Angeles and beyond. So they're like, yeah, this is great news. And then they all ignored that. Hello, Muhanga. How are you? Welcome in.
from the 1630 Fund. Elizabeth Dubois, associate professor and university research chair in politics, communication, and technology at the University of Ottawa, who's researched ways that influencers are reshaping the political system, told me for Wired that, quote, "We are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best."
They won at losing. That's a big win.
Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used
Yeah,
to,
ICE
for
ignored
example,
the federal
evade
judge order. What a
I
win.
think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages. She
Yeah.
added that political orgs and dark
I
money
think that's
groups are
fair.
increasingly, quote, using this information environment in a way that allows them to circumvent transparency safeguards. For my Wired story, I also spoke to Don Heider, the chief executive of the Marcella Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University. He told me that the restrictions outlined by Chorus and the 1630 Fund violate ethical norms. He said, quote, "If the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rule book and thrown it out the window." And this is the part that really shook me too. As an independent journalist and content creator myself, I think that trust is so absolutely important. With big public media companies, we know where their money is coming from. And with influencers, we should know where their money is coming from too. Of course, a lot of influencers post undisclosed sponsored content. And I reached out to the Federal Trade Commission also about all of this. But I just think in terms of journalistic,
You're a good chatter, Dave.
as a content creator covering
You're a good,
news and
well-behaved
politics,
chatter.
you should be transparent about who's paying you. For instance, say you're watching one of my videos and I'm suddenly talking a lot about
This is crazy.
the Democrats, how they're the future and how they're amazing and how we all need to vote for them and support their failed policy agenda, blah, 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 blah. Then it turns out that I'm actually getting paid
Taylor Lorenz video within a Taylor Lorenz video within a Taylor Lorenz video.
Democrat dark money group. It seems to me that that's the type of information your followers or audience have the right to know. And I'm sure creators will say, oh, but Chorus never told us explicitly what to say. And sure, maybe they didn't write out exact lines for you, but the creators who join this program are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins, according to a Chorus representative's comments on a Zoom call that I obtained. Those messaging check-ins are led by Brian Tyler Cohen on rapid response days, and the creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans often with lawmakers. And again,
That sounds like the most dead, barren shit in the world.
I just have to say it again, because even if Chorus never explicitly told any of these creators to take down
Newsroom event.
or that they weren't allowed to
Chat, you have to attend this newsroom event.
the fact that the contract itself doesn't allow for transparency shows that this is not an ethical agreement. We should know who big Democrat influencers are taking money from. So let's talk a little bit about the 1630 Fund, which is funding this whole initiative. As I wrote in Wired, the 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in Democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. The organization was first founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups like the Koch network. And since Citizens United and Trump's presidency, money flowing into the organization has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 liberal causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million to groups aimed at helping defeat Trump and flip the Republican Senate majority, according to the organization's public tax filing, which was first obtained by Politico. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the 1630 Fund's revenue in 2023 alone, according to its tax filing. The largest donor to the 1630 Fund gave the group $50.5 million, with others donating $31 million, $21.8 million, and $13.6 million. And the way the organization is set up.
Okay, chat. That's enough of that. It's 4 hours. I've done my stream. it is the end of the stream. And that's how it goes. I won't be staying on any longer. It's not good for me. It's not good for you. It's not good for anybody. We are going to raid someone. Pretty meager Soros checks. Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to continue a little bit of this. We're going to have a look at what the Dark Money Dem influencers responded with. And a tiny little bit of their content. We'll have a little bit of look at that, and we'll check out the Global Sumud Flotilla tomorrow. It kind of went on a little bit longer than I thought it would, and maybe we'll check out the How Socialists Solve the Housing Crisis by Zoran Mamdani with the Gravel Institute. That looks pretty good. We got a bunch of stuff that we're going to check out tomorrow anyway, but I really appreciate everyone. I really appreciate all the support.
This rental market is at break.
Shut up. I really appreciate all the support today. And I really appreciate everyone for being here. I appreciate the raids. I appreciate the subs. I appreciate the donos. It's been really, really, really kind. Thank you for supporting me, chat. Thanks for being here in the chat, having a great chat. Thanks for being sophisticated and intelligent and questioning. And it's all really good stuff. I'm proud of every single one of you. You're all great. You're all brilliant people. And yes, I appreciate all the lurkers as well. Thank you for lurking in my stream. We are going to go and raid Strong Bad E-Girl. She is playing... What is she playing? Deus Ex. And I believe there's a kitten cam, which is looking real cute. So we're going to raid right into that, hopefully now. I'm trying to get it so that there's a new raid message, but I'm just going to put this in the chat real quick. Hang on. djmuel raid, djmuel melp, djmuel jam. I believe that we will win, right? And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the raid message going forward. Chat, copy and paste the raid message into your... Oh, no. That's not right. Shit! Right, whatever. It's kind of like that. Whatever. Just kind of do it like that. Just maybe delete the djmuel jam thing or give it a capital J. I don't care. Check out my YouTube. Check out my socials. Check out the VOD channel. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be back same time tomorrow. 7 p.m. UK time. Twitch.tv/djmuel. See you in a bit. Thanks for being here. See you later. Bye.